You all doubted me. I told you Drac was going to be here. They always do. Right, so on to the main topic then, which is up for discussion. That being Battlefleet Gothic, and presumably with a few tangents into Imperial and other shenanigans in the 41st millennium.
Do we want to start with a summary, or do we want to start with people just launching questions left, right, and centre?
I think we'll start with a summary for those who are unfamiliar.
Okay, where to start? It's okay, I'm just going to the chat. Okay, so Battlefleet Gothic, it is the space side of Warhammer 40,000, and technically I guess 30,000 if you want to do Horus Heresy stuff. It's a bit of a weird one, really, in as much as the most of the combat scenarios that the main protagonists, i.e. the Imperium of Mankind and to a lesser extent Chaos, tend to use is basically Age of Sail but in space, with broadsides and all that kind of loveliness, but with sci-fi weapons. But there are certain elements of technology that run a bit beyond that. So there are torpedoes, for example. There are long-range weapons batteries and gunfire as well. So that kind of puts you more
to say that it's broadside ironclad then, or at least early ironclad period, because that would include torpedoes, turrets, and broadside batteries.
Well, the problem is once you include all that and Nova cannons and the way they're deployed, and as well as lances, you're basically looking at more like 1900s, 1910s combat. Whereas the whole sort of form up in a line and broadside them is with mass weapons batteries, as opposed to a few large turreted guns, is pretty much Age of Sail tactics. And then you also have carriers, which is another 30, 40 years ahead of even the World War I aesthetic. So it's a little bit of a hodgepodge of all sorts of different things.
Very true.
So yeah, and that's just the two vaguely human factions. That's before you get into the Eldar, the Necron. Yeah,
because it's red and it's shooting
hooliganism in space.
The Tau.
Mm-hmm.
With these are totally not flying wings in space. We swear, Gov, honest.
Yep, with the Tau are the weebs that went to space. And then you've got the lesser factions. You've got the Admech who worship toasters.
Praise be to the toasters.
Yeah, the Dark Eldar who are basically your worst nightmares given form, and then the Eldar who are just like everything we have is bioships of varying descriptions.
Yeah, the Tyranids scary.
Weirdly enough, the space is the area the Tyranids don't really do very well in. Put the Tyranids on the ground against almost anyone, and they usually either give a good showing of themselves, or even if they either win or they inflict massive losses in the process of losing. In space, the Tyranids are probably ship for ship the single weakest faction. They just make up for it in the fact they have absolutely colossal numbers. I think it was the Siege of Baal, more recently in 40k lore, when a good chunk of Hive Fleet Leviathan went after the Blood Angels' homeworld, and they had millions upon millions upon millions of ships in system. The combined Blood Angels and Sons of Sanguinius General Descendants fleet was maybe a few hundred strong, and a portion of that went after the Hive Fleet, and they were racking up, dozens of capital class kills every day as they just did strafing run after strafing run past the Hive Fleet. But eventually they were being worn down, and it's sort of like, the thing that I think it was, if I remember correctly, is like in the first week they basically suffered almost no casualties, but the fighting just in space just went on for weeks and weeks and weeks, and eventually accumulated damage and the occasional lucky collision just wore the fleet down to a point where it was eventually just overwhelmed.
Fair enough.
Individual Tyranid ships die really easily, but
I do have a question I've been dying to ask about someone who knows more about 40k space combat than me. Like, I'm familiar with 40k as much as the next man. I like the universe, I like to think I'm semi-knowledgeable, but I do have to ask, like, the Emperor is a being that's lived for what? As long as humanity has, give or take? And therefore he's lived...
He's like 45, 50,000 years old, something like that.
Okay, so he lived through the age of the big gun battleship on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, when he becomes Emperor and starts building things like the Gloriana class, why not just build turreted Nova cannons instead of on the Glorianas? Like, make them dreadnoughts in space. They've got the space for it.
Well, this is where, amongst Battlefleet Gothic lore nerds, you get into a bit of a fight, because some of the earliest elements of Battlefleet Gothic lore indicated that Nova cannons were actually one of the very few things the Imperium had innovated in over the 10,000 years of the Imperium of Man, and therefore Horus Heresy ships shouldn't have them. But then when the Horus Heresy series and its supporting Forge World supplement books, etc., came out, they very much did have them.
Oh dear.
And yeah, it's one of those slightly odd things of, okay, it's a retcon, that's not exactly unusual for Games Workshop lore, but with the Glorianas, the Nova Cannon still seems to be a relatively not unique, but very difficult to manufacture technology. And when you think of the fact that on full-scale cruisers, these things are spinally mounted and fixed in place, so they just fire forward with a little bit of traverse. And then you get into the whole debate of how big is a Gloriana relative to the average Imperial capital ship. Turret mounting an Nova cannon on the lower to possibly lower mid-scale estimates of a Gloriana would still be hilariously ridiculous. Only the absolute biggest interpretations of Glorianas could physically fit them, and then there'd be the question of whether the recoil would just tear the Nova cannons clean off anyway. Albeit, with all that said, in the not the End and the Death, the Siege of Terror book that was just before that, just check. What was this? I've listened to all of them, but all their titles are kind of merged together. Siege of Terror series. Let's have a quick look. It's either in Warhawk or Echoes of Eternity. The Imperator Somnium, the Emperor's second flagship, dies. Dies gloriously, taking out a massive chunk of the traitor fleet in orbit above Terra whilst being crewed by only 3 custodies, but dies nonetheless. And that thing in the book does have triple barrel ventrally mounted Nova cannon and multiple mounts of them. Yeah, so people posting in chat the Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2 interpretation of the Imperator Somnium.
That's
so
huge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a particularly great fan of that particular interpretation in terms of its aesthetic. The way it's described in the books is a little bit more elegant, but you can see their interpretation of the triple Nova cannon turrets sitting on top of the bow there. So unsurprisingly, when the thing comes in basically running minimally manned, it's not a huge surprise that one of those things wipes out. I think it's an entire World Eater's Grand Cruiser squadron in about 5 seconds flat.
Good God.
I mean, realistically, when you see the amount of nerfs they give the poor old Imperator Somnium when it runs into Shield the Dark Angel's approach, and the amount of damage it still does, I was kind of sitting there going, okay, but if you'd had that thing running fully crewed and fully operational and had it operating in a standoff support fire mode, you probably could have blown about a quarter of the Traitor Fleet out of the sky and then just left. So yeah. But anyway, that's the brief rundown of who's who and what ships everybody has in the main part of 40k space combat. So the Eldar have very lightweight, very fast ships that are faster sailing broadside to the sun than not, because they have solar sails apparently. Lots of high-powered lasers and things like that.
And they have those what they're called scramblers? No, not scramblers.
No.
They're called holofields. That's the one.
Yes, holofields, so you can't hit them because you don't know where they are. The Necrons are just a bunch of ancient space Egyptians, except robots, so they have all sorts of fancy high-tech gizmos.
They really like their ships to be crescent-shaped.
Yeah, and they fire green lightning and solar flares and things like that.
And are the only faction that can do FTL without going into the warp for some reason.
Well, yeah, in the old lore they had inertialess drive. In the new lore, they co-opted the Dolmen Gates. They co-opted the Webway. So take it as you will. And then you have also in the what the flip's it called? I know there's the book series and the characters. Not the Twice Dead King. The Twice Dead King series. You have them possibly going into the warp without realizing it, which is hilarious.
Oh, that's a much better view of the Imperium Sovereign. That actually does her size more justice.
Yeah, that's a bit closer to the descriptions you hear in the lore. Although I must admit, another thing in terms of like they made artwork of it and now it sucks is the Phalanx, because CDOT is a little bit further up has posted a Ramillies class Starfort, and which is quite a cool model in and of itself. But the Phalanx in lore, which is the Imperial Fist flagship, was always described as basically a gigantic space-going station, which was vaguely shaped in the form of the Imperial Aquila, which was always pretty cool.
But then they put it in Gothic, and it's just a giant cube, basically.
It's just a bigger Ramillies with a few more curves to it, which is, I mean, neither of the depictions really fit the lore, to be honest, the overall lore, because why would a pre-Imperium, possibly late Dark Age of technology ship look like an Imperial Aquila, unless it was one of the Emperor's leftovers? Back from the Dark Age of technology. And equally, with the Phalanx being pre-Imperium, possibly late Dark Age of technology, it definitely shouldn't have the Gothic aesthetic of the Imperium.
No. Like, it should have it by the 41st millennium, because it'll have been built over and rebuilt so much. But when we first see it, it shouldn't look like that. Yeah. But it's probably with the demise of the Imperator Somnium, it's the single most powerful capital ship in space as far as the Imperium is concerned. But that's just because it's very, very big and very powerful. And then some who's in Dragon 2000 has posted a picture of the Rock, which, yes, the Rock is quite literally just a giant rock with engines and bits and bobs attached. That's the Rock? It's longer and thinner than I thought it was.
Well, it's basically a chunk of continental crust off of Caliban.
Oh yeah, like I'm aware they literally strapped engines to it. But it's a lot more spaceship-like than I thought it would. I thought it'd be more round.
Well, I think the bulk of it that's actual rock is also the bit that's currently encased in this bit of artwork in Warp Lightning. You can kind of see the front looks just like a mountain.
Oh yeah.
Flying through.
I like the funky structures at the aft. It looks almost alien.
Yeah, it's kind of... It's a bit of a weird aesthetic, that artwork. I like it, because...
Because, like, I didn't even realise that was the rock at first when I looked at it. I thought, is that like an Eldar craft world or something?
No, I think this, if I remember correctly, this bit of artwork debuted when, in the relatively short-lived advancement of the lore, when the Dark Angels and friends went to try and blow up Fenris because Chaos somehow infested the Fenris system.
One. I mean, it's like, yes, let us go fight the Space Wolves because, reasons, I guess.
And then everyone was like, but now Gulliman has returned, so we're taking a step forward in the lore, and we're just going to quietly do our level best to pretend that whole thing never happened.
Okay, I have to, Officer A, and I have to address this because I wanted to have a go. I've been wanting to have a go at this for ages. I am annoyed by the concept of the Invincible class fast battleship in 40k lore. Because, yes, it's created by Admiral Kisher, yes, it's a nod to British battlecruisers blowing up, but the thing is, the Imperium has dedicated battlecruisers. Like, the Imperium has battlecruisers. Why... Like, these just seem like they've made them for a joke. Like, and the Imperium also knows how to use battle cruisers, so why do these fast battleships exist? What? Like, it makes no sense. It's one of the things that I just cannot understand. Yeah, you got any comments on that, Drac?
Yeah. Well, I've always questioned their canonicity, to be honest.
Yeah,
because there was no model for them in the game. As far as I'm, it's all from Battlefleet Gothic magazine, which, okay, fair enough, that was a official Games Workshop publication, but it did have some pretty silly stuff in there as well.
Because, like, the Imperium has battle cruisers for a reason, like, for that exact purpose, to go and deal with things like Chaos Raiders and Eldar Corsairs, where you need a lot of bang, but your armor either A, won't protect you because you're fighting the Eldar, or B, would be a hindrance to you because you're fighting Chaos.
Yeah, it's, I mean, as Rose is pointing out, I mean, it is a bit of a joke. It's a bit of a joke in lore, but also, to be perfectly honest, in the grand scheme of 10,000 years of the Imperium, if the worst offense that they came up with battleship-wise was we made some really fast ones that went boom quite often, that's not exactly out of the question for 40k.
And I mean,
they've done a lot.
Only 10 were built. Like, a run of 10 ships in the Imperium is exceedingly rare.
That's like one Forge World was having some fun for a little bit.
Yeah.
Although, speaking of really dumb things, I can't remember where it was in the lore, but I remember, like, probably 10 plus years ago, it may have even been in one of the Battlefleet Gothic magazines itself, Warproof they used to be called. I remember reading about a Space Marine strike cruiser that consistently, well, it was classed as a strike cruiser, but it consistently scored loads and loads of kills because everyone massively underestimated its lethality. And this was purely because the Forge World that built it had been asked, I believe, to build a escort, one like a Gladius, one of the Space Marine escort class ships, and then they had some kind of scrap code infection that wiped all their measurement databases, so they lost all the ability to measure things. Now, I mean, it's the mechanics. Apparently, they don't have rulers. It's all just encoded in the noosphere. So they were rebuilt all their databases, and the only thing they could come across as a reference for what a meter was what a meter is, as in it's what is it, 1/10 millionth of the distance between the North Pole and the equator or something like that. It's some fraction of that distance. And of course, that's on Earth. And this Forge world was considerably larger than Earth, but the bit that told them on Earth was missing because it had been corrupted. So they're like, oh, okay, we just have to measure the distance between the North Pole and the equator of our Forge world, divide it through by whatever the fraction is, and we've got ourselves a meter, which of course ended up being actually a lot larger than a normal meter. So they ended up building this escort that's actually halfway between a strike cruiser and a battleship in size, which is, everything inside is equally to scale, which is just, well, it's a Space Marine vessel because you've got consoles designed for normal people to be sitting down at, that people have to, the Space Marines have to stand up at to operate, and there's like comically large buttons and everything. But everyone else in 40k is so used to the whole profile of a Gladius, they're like, oh, it's a Gladius, it must be really close because it looks so big, which of course means they miss because it's actually really far away. And then it turns out this thing's toting the much more firepower.
Yeah. So I think I'd like to, if it's possible, discuss some of the primary armaments, at least of Imperial vessels. Mm-hmm. Let's start with the simple but effective, the macro cannon. Big gun goes boom. In essence. Although, in reality, it's a lot more complicated than that. Because it's a... Sorry, go on. You've built it up to something.
Yeah, the macro cannon is one of these things that is occasionally hit by the stupid bat when it comes to some of the lore surrounding it, because obviously there's this whole thing about the Imperium is gradually degrading, etc. But a macro cannon is effectively, it's a big mass driver. It's just a series of a single macro cannon is a big mass driver, everything else, and then they mount them in series along the broadside of capital ships, firing comically large shells. And that's the reason I say it's a mass driver, because you see the shells being loaded, the shells never seem to have any kind of propellant charge in and of themselves, so they presumably are, either being launched like coil guns, rail guns, or whatever.
I suspect it's something like a bolter, but on a larger scale. So there's like a very small kick charge.
I mean, possibly it's this is the thing. The depiction of the macro cannon varies quite a lot across the different laws. But essentially, the core thing is it fires a massive, great projectile at relatively high speeds. Not particularly great accuracy, but it fires enough of them that it doesn't really matter. And as I say, sometimes they get hit by the silly bat, because certainly in 30k, everything is auto-loading, pretty much either fully auto-loading or slightly manually assisted, but mostly mechanical, which is pretty much like late World War II capital ships and heavy cruisers. And then in some of the artwork and descriptions, especially in 40k, you have the idea of like basically thousands and thousands of gun crew slaves using chainfalls and everything.
Cedonis has posted an image there that quite handily demonstrates it.
Yeah, it's just like, it's a shell the size of a small building, and somehow using regular chains and lots of grunt power, they're loading this thing. Which is a bit ridiculous, because the square cube law, our wonderful and ever-present friend, kind of works against that ever being a thing.
Yeah. Funny enough,
the bigger question is, where do they store all the shots for macro cannons when you see how big they are compared to the ships?
Yeah, that's a very interesting, that's a very 30k macro cannon setup.
No, there's STC one, yeah. See, that's more like an auto-loading one, which would actually make a certain degree of sense. But it's as Empress was pointing out, in some of the lore they do have to remove casings, but as I say, it's all over the place. There's parts of the Horus Heresy lore, where they're calling out, rotate and present macro cannon batteries that open fire, particularly in some of the White Scars novels, and they're just opening fire with a bunch of lasers. So apparently macro cannon can just mean big gun of some description, and there's other parts of the 40k lore.
It's so confusing because usually lance batteries are your lasers. What?
Yeah, but apparently in 30k, some ships, like, everything was lasers, and lances were just big lasers. So it's just, yeah, and then there's other depictions which have macro cannon batteries as not just the big gun that we're seeing in people posting the pictures of, but it's described as a whole series of guns, of which the big central gun is just one, but there's loads and loads of other smaller guns and of varying descriptions, plasma casters and rail guns and all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff. And I guess that's some author's attempt to square the circle of the fact that in the actual original Battlefleet Gothic rulebook, you talks about saturating an area with macro cannon fire. But if you've got a regular Imperial cruiser, some Imperial cruisers have 2 sets of weapons batteries, but most of them will only have 1, and then they'll either have lances if you're a lunar class, or hangar bay, or something like that. If you've only got 4 big guns, you can't really saturate an area with that.
This comes back to the fact that 40k space combat has never been written consistently. In some indications, you've got rangers that would make Nelson cheer as though we're at Trafalgar, and in other cases, you've got lines of warships that are light seconds apart. Like, they can't even see each other visually, and they're blazing away with macro cannon and lancers to saturate an area rather than a specific target.
And in some cases, in some battles, you run from one extreme to the other in range, because especially with, let's say, for example, in the most recent Lionel Johnson novel, you start off with one of the ships under his command that's equipped with a Nova cannon opening fire before you can even visually see the incoming fleet, bearing in mind that some of those ships are 8-9 kilometers long. But it closes in to the point where you actually do end up fighting at ramming distances at extremely close range. And I think it was Duke of Petchington, Prime Narwhal pointing out that you had, actually Petchington and Narwhal both pointing out plasma macro cannons. Yeah, so if you've got the Rogue Trader RPG series, and you get the spaceships expansion section, you can have your basic Nova cannon, basic macro cannons, which are just your basic slug throwers, all the way up to massive plasma batteries and everything in between. So yeah, one of my favorite depictions actually of weapons battery, as it's termed in the game Fire, is actually one of the opening sequences to the Exodite fan film that GW ended up shanghaiing onto the Warhammer TV, but you can still find the opening sequence out there on YouTube when they're fighting the Tau, and that really
that's a beautiful bit of space combat. Yeah,
that shows the whole gamut of mass saturation fire that's just pelting everything in sight, punctuated by the occasional big gun shot just punching through things.
And you see the rate of fire of some of these macro cannons, like they have to be auto loaded. It's like bang 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 bang, just rippling down the gun deck of whatever cruiser it is. And I can't.
Yeah, so that's your macro cannon, and then you've got your lance, which is basically big laser.
Yeah. You've got the Tau ships with their primarily turreted railguns.
Yeah. You've got torpedoes, which come in various flavours, but for the most part have minimal ability to course correct, despite the fact they're basically missiles the size of the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
You've got your fighter launch bays. The Tau actually have Smart Seeker missiles, which the weird thing with the Tau is that each of their missiles can track an enemy ship a lot more effectively than the Imperial torpedoes can, but the Tau, generally speaking, fire mass volleys of smaller missiles rather than single large ones like with the Imperial torpedoes.
Because the Tau aren't suffering from centuries and millennia of basically culture and species shock after the AI rebellion. So they're actually able to have smart Seeker warheads.
And the thing is like Seeker technology is not unknown to the Imperium. I mean, I don't know what 10th edition is like, but certainly back in the bulk of the editions of 40k I played, you could get hunter-killer missiles. Now, granted, they were an upgrade for your tanks and everything, but the idea of a Seeker head that can track in and guide a weapon to its target, even on something on the scale of an anti-tank missile, is not unknown. The Battle of Beta Garman had the Titans there using, so they had, some of them had specialized seeking missiles that launched off rocket pods on their shoulders.
Oh yeah, the Reavers with their Apocalypse launchers.
So it's just like, well, if you're firing a skyscraper-sized torpedo, I'm pretty sure you can spare a Seeker head for it, but never mind.
It's this weird thing where the tech rules are really loose in some cases and really hard in others. Like, thou shalt not have guided torpedo, but thou shalt have guided hunter-seeker missile.
I mean, to be honest, given the way that the Imperium values or doesn't value life, with a torpedo, if it was me, I'd just stick a flipping servitor with a telescope on the end.
The funny thing is, they've actually got, like, Imperial torpedoes have guidance, but they refuse. It's so dumbed down that it's like, is that a ship? Ooh, pretty star!
Yeah,
and it just goes off on a voyage to destiny.
In Battlefleet, I think it was in Battlefleet Gothic Armada, they introduced, which was the second rule book, or Dash rule supplement, they introduced a bunch of specialist torpedoes. So you had melter torpedoes and a small cadre of guided torpedoes and vortex torpedoes, which were always hilarious fun.
Also, Sierra, ability for radar or radio command. In the 41st millennium, what tech heresy is this? Talking to machines? Heresy!
But then you've got the Nova Cannon, and the Nova Cannon is just...
Yeah, I've been wondering, what exactly is a Nova Cannon?
The Nova Cannon is even less well defined than the Macro Cannon. There's some... Basically, it's a very, very, very big gun. There's some law that tries to pin it down as to exactly how it works, and there's actually a fair chunk of other law that basically says Nova Cannon just refers to really big spinal-mounted gun that shoots something very far away, and that can be just an even bigger laser. It can be basically a sort of a giant railgun that somehow fires an explosive shell up to like 0.99 C. And then like a giant plasma beam and all sorts of weird and wonderful things. And all of them have at various points been described in the lore. So you sometimes get descriptions of Nova Cannon where the Nova Cannon will fire, and then everybody's almost like you're on a World War II submarine. You're counting down the seconds until this colossal detonation happens.
Stopwatch. Yes, the stopwatch moment.
Yeah. And sometimes it's just this massive ravening beam of energy that just briefly connects the two ships before one of them goes pop.
and that may occasionally be the ship that fired.
Yeah. It's all over the place. And then, as Empress was pointing out, you got the really, really weird and wacky stuff which occasionally pops up from the Dark Age of technology, like on the Speranza.
Yeah, I want to hit their ship with my bolt pistol. Now, this is something that I think we need to address. The penchant for ramming and boarding actions in the 41st millennium. Because the problem with boarding ships as the Imperium, if they're just normal renegades, that's fine. Like, you can take that ship back into Imperial service, no problem. But if you're boarding a Chaos ship, you're specifically boarding it to set its reactors to blow, because the Inquisition is gonna take one look at that ship if it's captured and go, right, nope, you're all corrupt, you're just gonna send that ship into the sun, go that way.
And then, to be honest, at that point, if you're sending a boarding party over to a Chaos ship, unless that boarding party is Space Marines, they're either A, going to die very, very quickly, because regular humans boarding a Chaos ship is not a good plan, or if they somehow avoid dying really, really quickly, they'll die slightly less quickly, because there's no way you're going to let a boarding party of regular humans who've just been on a Chaos corrupted ship come back again. So it'll be a kind of, oh, well done, you have successfully planted you've planted the bomb on the plasma reactor. Now flick the green button.
Yeah, do it now before I bolt shell you. Meanwhile, I'm just going to teleport away. Yeah, I know, C-Cube. The Black Templars are special snowflakes with their Eternal Crusader. It's the problem with the Inquisition is so touchy about anything chaotic that they can't let any influence.
Well, again, it's a matter of conflicting law, and it also depends on how you define a Chaos ship. Because if you're talking about something like, say, a ship, let's say a ship from the Red Corsairs under Huron Blackheart, that's probably salvageable with a lot of effort. Whereas if you're talking about a Nurgle plague ship where the ship's captain has been either replaced by a Nurgle Greater Demon, or has become some kind of semi-warp entity fused into the ship, so the ship is completely corrupted by the warp, 99.9% of boarding actions on the ship like that are going to fail, period. Because the ship itself is alive and actively hostile and is going to try and eat you, and even bringing it into a dock is completely out of the question, and everything in between. So, this is the thing with 40k lore, is that at almost no point can you point to anything and specifically say this is the way that this thing is. There's a few cases of that, but on a macro scale, when you're talking about things like what do we do with Chaos ships, it depends on the author, it depends on where the ship is coming from, but in the more recent lore, the vast majority of Chaos ships are either just blown apart at long range, or if they are boarded, they will be destroyed.
Well,
because they're far corrupted. But there will be cases where you can purify something, but it's not going to be very often.
And it's also a risk.
Oh, it's all, yeah.
I would like to point out that idiotically xenophobic is the whole point. Like, the Imperium was always xenophobic. Like, even under the Emperor. Like, the only time that was challenged was the Interrex incident, and that, of course, was upset by fucking Erebus. But the whole point of the thing is that the Emperor wants to unite humanity and the galaxy for humanity, because, well, let's put it this way, you had a fall from grace so hard that even the Eldar kind of went... Because the thing is, yeah, the Eldar fall from grace was very gradual. The human fall from grace was... 1 minute everything's fine, the next minute, oh, our interstellar civilization is just gone. In terms of year count. So, and the Emperor lived through that entire thing, and so he's like, nope, never again. The galaxy's ours, and that's it. You fuckers can't be trusted with it.
Well, to be honest, the other problem is that, well, again, exactly was going on in the Dark Age of technology is another subject of multiple conflicting bits of lore. But what is generally, at least what is generally accepted in the Imperium, is that, well, for the people who even know about the Dark Age of technology, is that when it occurred, lots of different alien races took advantage of the chaos to, literally and figuratively, to descend upon humanity and tear its empire to shreds. So you have an awful lot of Xenos races who just plunder, pillage, and enslave humanity to varying horrific degrees, at which point it's like, well, sorry, but if that's how you're going to be, then I guess there's only going to be one of us standing at the end of it. Although, again, difference between 30k and 40k, in 30k it's indicated, and especially in some of the older lore, a little bit in some of the more recent lore as well, it's indicated that the Imperium would leave alone certain Xenos races that they basically didn't have any major issue with.
Like there were a few cases of diplomatic relations between the Imperium and certain Xenos races prior to the Horus Heresy breaking out, though that is spotty at best.
The biggest ones, like the Eldar, there would be the occasional chat with them, and then really small ones that just existed but hadn't really done anything particularly major and didn't pose much of a threat would occasionally be left alone. And then the vast majority that sit between those two tended to just get exterminatus, or if you didn't want to exterminatus the planet, you go down and brutally murder them in hand-to-hand combat.
or if they want to be really brutal, they bring in whatever Devastator core of the Legion present, you know, with the phosphex and the radiological and the biological.
Oh, the destroyers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's... but I mean, because... was in the 30k origin story for Belisarius Call, the kind of the person who tries to body swap with him and ends up being body swapped or mind swapped. The reason he's doing that is because he's basically come to the end of the ability to use a not Juvenat treatment, which is the 40k equivalent, but basically a drug that de-ages you. And it specifically mentioned that this drug is made from the ground up remains of a specific alien race that only occupied their planet and local solar system. So the Imperium declared them a protectorate during the Great Crusade, but then went off and then people just like, but these ground up space aliens make excellent, fountain of youth regeneration treatments.
Haha!
So the species ended up being wiped out by essentially poachers poaching them and grinding them.
I do want to sort of go away from the flash and the bang for a second and take a look at some of the unsung heroes of the Imperial fleet. The defense monitors, basically what we would term the protected cruisers, the coast defense ships, and the armed merchant cruisers that basically keep the Empire running. Because I mean, there's a surprising amount that's been written about them, because defense monitors in particular turn up so often.
Yeah, well, this is another one of the things with the scale of the 40k setting, is that whether you're playing tabletop regular 40k or Battlefleet Gothic, you're effectively playing out the big scale encounters, the kind of once in a generation conflicts, because when you're talking on that scale, like mass alien invasion or chaos attack or whatever, 99 times out of 100 the system monitors and defense boats and orbitals just get blown out the sky in about 5 seconds. Whereas in kind of, if you like, in actual fact, 90% of the time most planets are relatively peaceful and not under constant attack, and the other 10% of the time the vast majority of that is made up of little pirates and minor raiders and things like that, which a system defense monitor or orbital defense platform can quite easily deal with.
Because the whole point, like, this is a world in which the coast defense ship as a concept works. Almost.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, it's like, what exactly is your local defense craft? Because some books have, an old Imperial cruiser that's just basically been derated, or kind of like a harbor guard ship in the 1830s, 1840s, where they would take a second or third rate out of commission and just give it an auxiliary steam engine so it could potter about the harbor and some gun crew, but it didn't have the supplies or the sails to go anywhere particularly far, but it was essentially a big mobile floating gun battery. And then you have the more dedicated system defense craft, which are essentially anything from the size of a destroyer through frigates, very occasionally pushing towards the size of a light cruiser, but usually in the destroyer frigate size range, maybe a fraction larger.
You've basically got things that run the gamut from what we would describe as a colonial gunboat all the way up to something like a Spheria.
Yeah, and the main distinction as to why they aren't regular Imperial fleet ships is they don't have warp drives.
Yeah. They're just patrolling this. That also makes them very cheap to fabricate as well.
Yeah. But they're more than good enough to deal with most threats that most systems will ever face. It's just that they're not good enough to deal with a 12 to 20 kilometer long Chaos battleship or something like that.
I'm gonna open the
smaller escorts are like a kilometer or two long, so they're still pretty hefty ships.
Yeah, I'm gonna open the chat to general 40k Battlefleet Gothic questions because I'm aware that we are running the clock a little bit here.
Yes, I've got to finish packing and head out. So I'm on for probably about another.
Is this to go to? I keep forgetting.
Hungary.
Ah, yes, that's right.
Yes, I shall be in Hungary tomorrow, flying overnight. I mean, theoretically, if I'd known, I could have stayed longer because I booked my taxi about a week ago on the basis of when the aircraft was going to be flying out, and as of today, it's been has been delayed by about an hour and 15. So I'm going to be cooling my heels in Heathrow for quite a while. But there's not a lot that I can do about that.
All right, I'll let you. I'll just shut up then and let you read through the questions.
That was just my text of my taxi saying he's definitely on his way. Right. Dragon 2000 asks, "What's my favourite of the Gloriana class?" Probably one of the two Glorianas that hasn't really had much lore, if anything, put out about it, because there's quite a lot about some of the Legion flagships, like the Conqueror or the Stormsword or the Endurance, etc. But the two that I'm rather partial to are either the Flame Wrought, which is the Salamander's Gloriana, which we know next to nothing about other than it was destroyed at Istvan 5. And I have a custom model of it sitting on my shelf, at least my interpretation of it. And that's mainly just partly because I like the Salamanders, but partly also because given that Vulcan was a little bit of a genius when it came to coming up with really weird and wonderful weapons, I've always wondered just what exactly the Flame Wrought was carrying. And the other one is the Raven Guard Gloriana, the Shadow of the Emperor. Again, lost above Istvan 5. But the thing that I really like about the Raven Guard is that they had mirror shields, which were essentially not quite void shields turned inside out, but they were the 40k versions of cloaking devices in some ways, to make the Raven Guard fleet either impossible or very difficult to detect, again depending on your choice of lore. And the idea of something as frankly terrifying as a Gloriana just popping into existence next to you. There's probably a very good reason that they had to kill that thing by surprise attack at Istvan 5, because it would be incredibly difficult to justify a lot of what happens in the Heresy if the Loyalists had an entire Gloriana that could just essentially decloak and open fire right next to a target of its choice. Sierra asks, how exactly are the fleets organized? So escorts are arranged into squadrons, so that's destroyers and frigates, which confusingly in 40k the frigate is larger than the destroyer rather than in our world where it's the other way around. Cruisers and light cruisers will sometimes be organized into squadrons as well, but you basically have what are called battle fleets. So the Imperium is divided up into several segmentums, and each segmentum will have its own core battle fleet, and everything in that segmentum technically belongs to them as if they're Imperial Navy. But then kind of at a level below that, you'll have like the segmentum solar fleet, then you've got the battle fleets, and the battle fleets will be based around major dockyard or shipbuilding or fortress systems. So we've got Battlefleet Barca, Battlefleet Hydrafer, etc. But battle fleets might also be collections of ships that are concentrated around a specific sector. Battlefleet Gothic being actually the battle fleet that's assigned to the Gothic sector. So it's kind of a bit of a weird one, because the battle fleets that are based around specific systems and the battle fleets that are based around entire sectors are usually roughly on a par organizationally with each other. And then within that, you'll have various squadrons that will be sent out to conduct specific patrols and so forth. And they might be broken down into sub-fleets, which might then be given task force, battle force, fleet, etc. names. The names usually either being named after the flagship or after the commanding officer, one of the two. But not all battle fleets are created equal. So, Battlefleet Gothic might have several dozen capital ships, whereas something like the battle fleet based out of the Hydrafer shipyard system might number in the hundreds or the thousands. And then really, really, really confusingly, if you've got a big enough sector, you might have a sector battle fleet, and then you might have more than one battle fleet within that sector that belongs to a specific Forge world or Fortress world or something like that. And then on the really, really macro scale now in the current lore, you have the 5 or 6 reclamation fleets that Guilliman's organised, which kind of Great Crusade fleets. And back in the Great Crusade, you had expeditionary fleets, which, as the name suggested, were collections of several dozen to several hundred capital ships, which went out as a self-contained unit to go and reclaim the galaxy in the name of the Imperium of Man, some of which were attached to Space Marine Legionary forces and some of which weren't.
It's worth pointing out that most Imperial fleets would be just Imperial fleet elements, whereas Reclamation fleets and Crusade fleets are very unique in the fact that they are a self-contained unit, self-supporting, that usually has everything it needs to carry out a military campaign, that including Imperial Guard elements, Space Marine elements, or Legionary elements if it's a part of the Great Crusade era. It's basically a self-contained Imperium going to conquer in that direction force.
Mm-hmm. And being 30k, they also have a lot more weird and wonderful ships than the 40k period. Duke of Petchington says, what's my favourite Imperial cruiser? Probably the Mars-class battle cruiser, because my very first Battlefleet Gothic ship was a Mars-class, and it did very, very well by me. Why is Abaddon the third worst Chaos character?
Oh, you mean Failbadon the Armless?
Yeah, I was just saying, I'm trying to think of worst Chaos characters. I mean, there's Lucius,
bloody Lucius,
who just exists purely because Slanesh wants him to come back all the time. I suppose there's always Erebus, who's always the worst, but... Yeah, and Hood has basically summarized what we were saying about the fleet commands, fleet command, Segmentum, Battlefleet, etc., etc.
Where's the next question, actually?
Hello, I'm up here now.
Prime Narwhal pointing out Terminus Est and other vessels are sexually run as pocket Glorianas. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Terminus Est was basically a relatively mean battleship in the service of the Death Guard in 30k. But it turns out when you have Typhus aboard, as in Typhus the character, not Typhus the disease, although there probably is also Typhus the disease on there as well.
I feel like that's why they named him that.
Yes. I mean, yeah. So anyway, with the amount of Nurgle-like blessings on that thing, it's basically been power boosted up to the level of, as Prime Narwhal points out, a pocket Gloriana. Like a full-on Gloriana, like the Invincible Reason, would still trash the Terminus Est, but the Terminus Est is a significantly more powerful vessel than a standard line battleship, which is what it was before.
As I mentioned, I personally view the Terminus Est as a stepping stone between the Space Marine strike cruiser and the line battleship, in part due to the configuration of its systems. It's got all the launch bays, it's got all the deployment platforms, but it's also got a very good weapons loadout.
Yeah, well, it's a 30k. It's a 30k Legion ship back in before the whole separation of powers thing. So,
I mean, of course, then we've also got the 3 largest capital ships canonically that we know of, or well, not largest but most powerful. The 3 vessels that Lorgar commissioned. What were they called? Terrors?
Were those the Abyssals?
Yeah, the Abyssals.
Yeah. Which all then promptly die in increasingly convolutedly stupid ways.
Yeah, I like the design of them overall because it's like, we wanted to make our own Star Destroyer, but it's 40k, so it's going to be silly. And they look pretty good from a lot of like the fan art and some of the semi-official artwork, but then they decided, I know, Lorgar made these, now we have to kill them in increasingly silly ways.
It is somewhat silly. God damn it, Lorgar.
It's the word bearers, though. Their main reasons for existence are to spread heresy to everyone, but then fail in whatever else they're trying to do.
Pretty much.
What do you mean the Chaos Gods approach Lorgar first? I'm Horus. I'm supposed to be the golden boy. Promptly kicks the shit out of Lorgar and tells him to get fucked. I do also
like the fact that Lorgar basically was within about 5 seconds of being horribly filleted by Korax at the Drop Site Massacre, and then Lorgar is like, I have spent thousands of years in the warp. I am now blessed by all 4 Chaos Gods. I am now invincible. And then warp empowered Korax shows up. Is like, guess what? Stab, 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 stab.
It's just like,
it's why I can't take 40k seriously when it gets to stuff like that, because it's literally just 2 people trying to experience their own power fantasies, trying to one-up each other.
I kind of want Korax to be the next Primarch to come back, because when Guilliman came back, they did that whole like triumvirate of series. They had like the triumvirate of the Primarch, the Ynnari had the triumvirate. It's like, you could do the triumvirate of Korax and just have 3 different models. It's like, here is Korax as like, kind of like they've done with the Lion and Guilliman, an updated model of Korax, the vaguely human Primarch. And then you could have, here is Korax as the flock of Death Crows, and here is Korax as the glowing eyes in the shadow, and they can all have different stat lines.
Because Korax is basically a loyalist demon Primarch at this point. In essence. He's so consumed by vengeance that he's basically...
It's one of the more fan theory, I think, it's definitely a fan theory at this point, although obviously the fan theories are built off of clues in the lore, but one of the fan theories is that the Primarchs are essentially minor warp gods that the Emperor shanghaied and stuffed into human-ish bodies.
which would be kind of
kind of
true.
like fleshy Catan.
Yeah, at which point, the fact that Borax essentially rediscovers what he's capable of as from his warp entity side of things isn't necessarily surprising. But then there are other ways of explaining that, because almost all, if not all, the Primarchs have at least some element of psychic power to them, even if it's relatively minor at times.
The fact that they are essentially gene modded, which again explains certain other things they can do, like I can't remember his name. Magnus's psychic abilities, and the fact that he has one eye, the fact that he has a better eye, Sanguinius's wings, and so on and so on. This is something that can be very easily explained as the Emperor took aspects of himself and exacerbated or highlighted certain gene traits, and that's why they can do that, and why each legion, as offshoots of the Primarchs, can do certain things better than the others.
Yeah, but we don't. They still haven't established they haven't established 100% in canon lore what a Primarch actually is. So there's all sorts of various explanations as to why they're able to do what they can do.
I mean, I'd like to think that if this fan theory is anywhere near correct, Gilliman's not actually a warp entity like the others. He's just the reincarnation of Justinian. It would make, all the Roman. It would make sense. All the Roman fittings, the heir for statistics, and desires to reform governance.
Yeah. Although I think, as Narwhal suggests, that one of the other ideas is that the Primarchs are basically aspects of the Emperor, just basically given their own little free reign to do what they want. So it's just like Guilliman is the part of the Emperor that spent 50 years working with MS Excel in
Oh my god, it tracks. What a fucking nerd.
I mean, it's just the Emperor is just—he's a character.
As Dragon 2000 points out, Guilliman has the Emperor's sword. The Lion now has the Emperor's shield. I wonder, as each returning Primarch comes back, do they each get an aspect of the Emperor's war gear, and then they have to Voltron together?
Which one gets his helmet? Because we know that that's somewhere, and that he did in fact have one.
Rowboat.
A lot of the older artwork of like the Golden Throne is like the skeleton, and there's like look on the right there's that helmet. That's allegedly his helmet, but it only appears in like that single shot of the Golden Throne with him on it.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, because then you've also got the law that it used to be law. I don't know if it still is, but it used to be part of his law that the Emperor's armor was broken up, and a tiny fragment of it went into the Crux Terminatus.
Yeah, the Crux Terminatus has like a fragment of his armor in for basically no reason other than we wanted to make it do that because cool? Question mark?
Yeah. At which point it's just like, given how many suits of Terminator armor have been made, it also doesn't explain what the Terminator armor that was manufactured before the Emperor fought Horus was like. What was that equipped with? But even putting that aside, it's like either the Emperor was actually the size of an Imperator Titan, or they're basically putting molecular slices of his armor in each Crux Terminatus.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
It
sounds like the sort of really specific technology that the Mechanicum would have, but they would use for this one specific thing, rather than I don't know, to rediscover how to make microchips.
Maybe the
Emperor. I personally
Emperor
like to believe that it's just a placebo. It doesn't do anything, but because the power of belief in the Imperium actually manifests things.
Maybe the Emperor's armor is homeopathic.
It's just his hair. He's basically Bayonetta.
Yeah, you just put like his pauldron into a vat of molten. Like, they dissolve one element, like a pauldron of his armor, in like a continent-sized lake of adamantium, and now all of that adamantium is now technically the Emperor's armor, because somewhere there may be a single atom of it
The armor of
You could
Theseus.
imagine, oh, that's a good point. Korax could get the Emperor's Power Claw.
Because the Emperor did have a power claw. I forgot
I
about
did
that.
love
and
the
it-
Emperor's power.
It was actually a lot more curled and talon-like, which is also in keeping with the, weirdly, not Korax's own Power Claw as per his 30k model, but a lot more in keeping with the Power Claws that his elite, the Raven Guard elite Forge Orb models get, the Mordeathan.
Ah.
They have really curly talon-like power claws that are closer to the Emperor's. So yeah, it's right. It's now 22:07, so I need to commence the final preparations for heading off to Hungary.
As always, Drac, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for coming.
Keep chatting amongst yourselves, and if you're still going, either once I'm firmly ensconced in the taxi, depending on how chatty the taxi driver is, or possibly once I've got through the airport. If you're still going by then, I might drop back in on my phone, but we shall see.
That's probably likely. Ramblings. Since this has been a rather good ramblings, I probably will still be going in about 4 hours.
Oh, just before I go, I will supply with a couple of images, so...
Ye images.
I'm just looking for images of the Emperor and his power claw, because the one that was posted is good, but I have one that I prefer. I'm just trying to find that.
The Emperor of Mankind. What would Dawn get if he gets back? The Magic Pain Glove! Oh dear, I couldn't resist.
Those are the two images of the Emperor's power claw specifically that I prefer, because you've got the one on the left there that is very much in keeping with the lightning claw aesthetic of both 30 and 40k, and then you've got the one on the right where it's eagle talons, which I really like the aesthetic of.
Aesthetic. Dawn is dead, but he also isn't dead. It's weird. Oh,
he's the Centurion in the Imperial Palace. Yeah, so the first picture, that's my custom flame wrought Gloriana with a couple of retributions to spare for scale.
Retribution.
Nice.
And then and then the other, that's the macro scale ship, Gothic ships.
Nice. I like that.
Rubik's Cube and Custodes tank for scale. Those things are big.
And of course, a tornado, because why not?
Yes, that's kind of that's like my shelf area of things I don't quite know where to display. And that's my reminder. So see you guys in a minute.
Here's your reminder.
Nope. Well, that means I have to trade one co-host for another. So that means come on down, shipyard.
Boom.
And dragon, apparently. And then there were 5. then there were 5. All right. So 40k continuing then. Well, yeah, they only found Dawn's hand, so it left an opening for a potential Dawn return, and I'd be really doubtful if he doesn't.
So they specifically left it ambiguous because they may bring him back. They still don't know what they're gonna do with him.
Oh yep, Shipyard Sea Otters has been working again, and he found a thing.
Oh, good grief!
I will feed this addiction to Soviet carriers. I will.
Oh, it's Kuznetsov with cats and tracks.
Yes.
Okay.
I will feed my addiction to Soviet straight deck carriers.
I hate that it still has the missiles forward, because this is technically a cruiser.
Well, yeah, it has to be. How else is it going to get into the Black Sea?
You
Easy.
say that.
Don't send it into the fucking Black Sea. I know that's where all the shipyards that built carriers were, but come on.
Well, truth be told, you don't really need to go into Black Sea, because every aircraft the Russians actually would ever have can technically go around the entire Black Sea at ease.
Yeah, that's the only reason they needed to do that was because their main shipyard for building those capital ships was in the Black Sea. It was in Ukraine. And so they needed to be able to navigate the Straits of Hormuz. I can't remember how you pronounce it.
The Bosphorus Strait and Dardanelles.
Yeah, the Dardanelles Strait, thank you. I don't know why I went with that. It was because Turkey controlled that, and Turkey is a NATO-aligned nation, and they said no carriers, which is good for NATO because we have aircraft that can fly over there without needing to be on a carrier, but bad for Russia because they were like, we want carriers too, but we can't build them anywhere but Ukraine, and we need to get them through Dardanelles, and they say no carriers. So aviation cruisers, he who. Oh Lord, an actual naval engineer debating with Sea Dodders about this is going to be interesting.
Also, you say RBG about the orcs, the Imperium having orcs locked up? No, that's just a thing. Yeah, the Imperium actually has orcs working for them and locked up. There's even an Orc Inquisitor.
Orky. I was gonna say, let's make it properly orky now. Drax not here.
Oh, I forget about the Inquisitor, and it upsets me because, like, what are they paying him in? Teeth? Because that could be funny.
Well, no, if it's the one I'm thinking of that you're referring to, basically he got body jacked. He got his brain taken out of his Humi body and stuck into an Orc body, and the Orc brain stuck into his Humi body. I don't know if I like that more or less, I'm gonna be honest. Because weird boys live up to their name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, Shipyard, you want one of those carriers?
Yeah.
Why?
It's sexy.
I mean, okay.
I'd honestly take the Gorshkov version of the Kiev over a Kuznetsov, frankly.
I mean, then of course there's our version of the Kiev, which is just even better. We're just that good. Red Fleet timeline moment. But yeah, so anyway, back to the 41st millennium, orcs, and orc ships in general. AKA also known as the flying scrapyards that somehow hold together.
Genuinely through the fact there's orcs on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's important to bear in mind
that you want to question the orcs is the power of belief wins.
Like, remember, some of the actual ammunition is Gretchens. Gretchens are actual cannon rounds. Yeah, killer cruisers and all sorts. No, right, Samurai, calling orcs the good guys is so far off the truth.
Alright, so here's the thing about this, Samurai. There are no good guys in 40k. G-Dubs tried to very, very briefly pull these are the good guys, and everyone said fuck off and stopped buying their models for a while. And then they started buying the tower again, and were like, okay, they're not the good guys anymore, they're just another flavour of shit. Which is what the crux of 40k's underlying themes are, is everyone is not good. They are just different flavours of shit.
Oh, the Rock.
Sorry,
not the Rock. It's
a
rock with a K.
You dare insult the Rock?
It's a rock with a K. Rock? It's a rock with a K.
You could very tenuously argue Farsight Enclave is a kind of good guy, but...
Look, we don't talk about... bona fide good guys, but I also do like the Farsight Enclave. I'm not calling them. The thing is that
the Farsight Enclave is this hilarious thing because you've got the fact that Commander Farsight is good, but the weapon he's holding is literally keeping him alive by sucking out the life force of everyone he kills, and he's becoming more and more conflicted.
Honestly, that's not that bad for 40k though, especially considering Tau only live 40 years.
Yeah.
It's going to lead to something.
And
there's going to be
something like what, 102 now, I think.
No, he's 100. No, he's 156, I think.
The current bit of confusion with Farsight is though it's previously thought that blade was an Eldar Crone World blade, which there's only like 3 of. The problem is now in the new stuff, it might actually be a demon blade of Khorne.
Yeah, it's very funny because it's like this is one of the 7 holy blades of the Eldar. It's actually a demon blade. What is going on? Can we have some?
Yeah.
This is why 40k needs to have a centralized editor that isn't Matt Ward.
Oh no. So Haida, that's actually
apparently it's currently being he wrenched it from an alien statue, and apparently it's some form of Xenoblade, but it's made from what's called what is called chronophagic alloy, which basically. Yeah, which basically adds the wielder's life to its own. So it's not chaotic, but it's not Eldari either.
No, it is.
Well, so the thing about that is that that doesn't remove the possibility that it's a chaos weapon, because
nor that it's Eldari.
Yeah.
If anything,
it's definitely an Eldar weapon because of the material.
Yeah.
Even if
it might
may not
actually
have
be
been
a corrupted
forged.
Croneblade.
Yeah.
Like, that would actually make the most sense, really. In terms of what you said there, Haida, currently Tau have Star Trek-style warp drives. They
Tau
bend
are weird.
space. But there's a problem. Once again, the Tau can't leave themselves well enough alone and have started experimenting with 40k warp drives.
Well, no. It was a
Yes.
it was a misconception that the Tau had Star Trek warp drives. They didn't.
Is it? They're referred to as gravitational drives that bend space.
That I think that's been retconned. They now are only like that. Now their warp tech is the same as everyone else's, but they just take shallow dives through the warp, planned by computer, and that was their limitation.
Which one was it? Give me a moment. I've got it just over here.
I'm 99%
Space Marine Conquest: War of Secrets. It mentions that the Tau are experimenting with a new form of warp drive, which is literally they jump into the warp, like you mentioned. But their method primarily still is their grav drives, which is closer to Star Trek. Because they learned of this when they accidentally unleashed a warp plague. Because they tried to, go through the warp. Good thing, they're immune to it. Bad thing, all the people they get in contact with aren't. And it's a particularly nasty one at that.
It's like the screaming sickness from the solar reclamation.
Well, it literally causes your soul to burst into flames and your body to melt.
Yes.
Like, it's pretty horrific.
Basically, there is no apparently one form of Tau FTL. Like they have the warp.
You have souls.
They have the warp dive. They have the graviton drive. They have a bunch of other things. They have like some sort of FTL solar sail bit. Like there is apparently no one.
I think the primary one is the non-realm of souls warp. But why are they experimenting with warp FTL? Because it goes further.
Well, yeah, like there is no limit to how far you can travel in the warp.
Yeah.
Like literally.
The Tau actually have a real big problem of their standard drives are quite slow. It's
like,
why most of the crew are in cryostasis.
Yeah, like it's all there's also a thing that
to say the Imperium for a race that is really technologically advanced, constantly doing technological advancement, and has clean, quote unquote, engine systems, has a very small pocket of space that it occupies because their expansion since their entry to the spatial hierarchy has been glacial compared to other races because of the limitations to their FTL systems.
Also, it didn't help that after their first period of expansion, which I can't remember, because they're now into their third period of it. I don't remember the exact names.
Third phase.
After their first,
they go in phases.
No,
it was the first sphere expansion.
Yeah, but it's got an actual
expansion.
name. Yes, sphere expansion. That's it. After the first sphere expansion, the Imperium got involved.
Oh yeah, the
and the Tau were reduced down to 3 planets. It really wasn't good a time to be a Tau then. It's only due to a Tyranid fleet that the Imperium turned around.
Here we go. I've got it. I've got the funny. I have the funny. Here it comes. Damocles Golf Crusade moment. Here we go.
The Leagues of Voton is actually one I need to look into because I've not looked into them lately.
Just absolutely
Space Dwarves.
Space Dwarves are back.
I love them. They're great.
Where land trains? Tell me where the land trains are, Jason.
Probably
Tell me where the land trains are.
I think they actually have like precursor models for land trains. One sec.
Tau during the Damocles Crusade be like, why is that mountain getting closer?
Oh dear.
Oh no, they've got the land fortresses. The Hecaton Land Fortress.
The Humst
Is this actually something? Oh, I need to take a look at this. Even if...
must examine.
Eh,
That's
I like it.
That's
It's
pathetic.
very
I like it, it's
Moonrover.
just-
that's
I like
pathetic.
it. It's nothing in comparison to what the squats once had.
I hate
Oh yeah,
it.
no, the squats once had like full Imperial Guard stuff that was just scaled for them.
Like, I'm sorry,
Uh,
but I hate this. It's a stupid fucking
Like,
rover
here we go.
thing on wheels, and it's
It actually makes it
And-
makes sense.
no, I hate it. I
But
actually
it
hate
makes
it.
sense for what
There's also
they
the
need.
Berserkers that literally just have lightsaber axes, which I fucking love.
No, like,
Admittedly,
like,
in
like where's an
comparison to what
actual tank and
like,
stuff?
In
Like,
comparison
this
to
is just...
this is what keep in mind, this is what they used to walk around with.
Hmm.
And
That's
yes,
better. That's better. I like that more.
it's not when you realise what those missiles are. Like, those missiles are bigger than Imperator Titans.
I'm aware of that. Well, no, they're not.
The Colossus was
They can.
goofy.
They can be.
Well, no, the Colossus is large, but it's not that large.
No, it is.
The Imperator's smaller than you think.
I know the
Well,
Imperator's
yeah,
smaller
Imperator's
than-
scale is very off, though. It frustrates me that in, like, I think the original trilogy of Heresy books, like Rising and whatnot, one of them lists an Imperator Titan as being, like, 26 meters tall, and it upset me deeply.
That's really stupid.
Yeah. The scale for anything in 40k has always been goofy, depending on the writer.
Hmm.
I mean,
There are
I
sections
mean,
of the
one of
Imperial
my
Palace outer walls that are either 200 meters high or 200 feet high, depending on which book you run.
That's a bit of a difference there.
Yes,
Death
yes, it is.
Strikes. Which one? I'm gonna have to remember what the Death Strikes are again.
Death Strikes are the big, we want to nuke this thing without
Oh,
using
Death Strike
nuclear
missiles.
fusion.
Sorry, yeah. It just,
Yes.
Yeah, the what's it called? Manticore? Is it?
It's
No.
a Manticore platform.
It is. Yeah, the thing with the 3 missiles on the back.
4.
Is it 4? Fair enough.
I used it a lot in...
When it comes to
5.
guard, I tend to specialize in
yeah.
super heavy tanks and not much else.
Mm,
Of course, then we have to deal with the
I mean, the
elephant in
Manticore
the
is
room when
basically a
it
Chimera
comes
chassis,
to.
yes.
You have to deal with the elephant in the room when it comes to Titans.
Which is?
That
What
being
was that? Was that
the large lad.
I just got?
Drac has
That-
gone to get in a taxi. He may be back. In fact, he will be because I aim to keep it going until he does come back.
Oh, yeah, these things.
The Castigator. The Castigator, the one-off
the
AI
on the right,
Titan.
an Emperor.
Ah, that's not actually the biggest Titan.
No, it's not.
There's one bigger, and it's and it's horrifying.
It's even sillier.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find. There's a short video of it. I'll find
can't
it.
remember what the fuck it's
Describe
called,
it.
but it's fucking
Describe it,
hilarious.
Dragon.
But it is basically a bloodthirster took over a Titan.
Well, no, the Castigator is bigger than the
No,
hilarious
it's not.
Emperor
Give
class
me a-
that got taken over by a Bloodthirster.
Not sure
the
it
one-off,
is.
like the one-off Castigator. I mean, this is a. Yeah, it is because this is the Castigator when the Grey Knights found it when it had been possessed by a demon, not a Bloodthirster, but a demon. Well, not possessed, but joined with. Like, it's a huge Dark Age of technology monstrosity that claimed itself to be the first Titan ever built. Whether or not it was or not, well, you be the judge.
I'm just trying to find the actual video of the other stupid one. Because that one literally has swords that is bigger than Imperators.
I found it, but I still... It's more...
There it is, Abominatus.
Yes, it's more wide than... I mean, it's more wide than it is tall. Still, Castigator is still bigger.
I'm not sure it is, but then again, we don't really have anything good for
Again, like limited information and goofy scaling.
dealing.
Is
Yeah,
the main crux of issues when trying to do these kinds of things.
to
I mean,
say
yeah,
the least.
that's a Castigator during the rebellion of the Men of Iron, when it's, you can tell it's very Dark Age of technology. It's a very smooth, living metal.
Oh, the nanite titans, which were just funny.
I see
Like,
your tank
I'm
column
pretty
and
sure
raise
they-
you MacGuffin.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the ones that were drawn there were the Men of Iron decided that they discovered nanotechnology and tried to upgrade themselves and were killed before so.
I'll be honest,
Which,
I
again-
don't like that look of the Castigator. It just looks weird.
It does, but it would fit.
does look
it
great-
would,
it looks
would
great
fit very
game.
much for a Dark Age of Technology AI Titan.
Would it?
Yeah, like because the whole thing with the Men of Iron was that once they decided to cast off the need for crew, they started to become more biologically shaped. They started to make themselves leaner, faster, more maneuverable.
I guess, but that's none of the above. But the Men of Iron in general are a weird one, which I kind of wish we knew more about.
Well, there is one Man of Iron that exists in the 41st.
Oh, there's far more than one.
Well, I know, but there's one we know where it is.
We know where a couple thousand are.
What?
Yeah. It's called the Invincible Reason.
Yeah, I know. I know there's bloody what's-his-face's personal Men of Iron collection. But they're not really... No, they're not proper Men of Iron. They're...
The Men of Iron that's mostly had their intelligence removed, but that's because, well, we don't want another Men of Iron incident.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about Men of Iron that are... as they were. Of which there's only
Alright, so
one
there is
in the
in fact
galaxy.
a
Thank you,
Woman
Narwhal.
page on the wiki, which I've spent the last 5 minutes trying to look for.
Trazen probably does have one, admittedly. Like,
Of course it does, it's Trazen.
yeah, it is-
The fucking undead skeleton bugger has one of everything.
Not true. He got rid of one of them. He threw away the bell because it was destroying his collection.
Well, yeah, but the bell destroyed itself before it destroyed his collection.
No, it's still in the webway.
It's still fucking about somewhere.
Yeah, he threw it into the webway.
Man just casually throws bell.
Well, when this bell is destroying stuff through the most advanced temporal stasis field in existence. Not surprising, honestly. Does he have a Primarch? Oh, yeah, he has the clone,
Primarch
right.
clone.
Yeah,
Mm.
So technically not a Primarch,
technically,
Has a couple of
but also
custodians.
yes.
you
He
can.
actually
It's
has
a
a bunch
knockoff.
of servants, like an entire regiment of the Imperial Guard, a bunch of custodies,
Is
and a
he,
bunch of Space Marines that he
I-
at one point unleashed to help
Yes.
him protect the.
Cadia.
it's hilarious. Like, he unleashes a bunch of 30k Space Marines and they kick ass aggressively.
Yeah.
There is a quite good YouTuber called Voldemort, and he does amazing lore readings. And
I've watched a couple of his videos. He's pretty good.
what he's been doing lately
also
is
Superior.
he's been going through the actual campaign books, so the ones you have to pay like 50 to 100 quid for the little bit of lore that's in them.
Oh,
and just the
fucking supplemental ones.
Yeah. And the description of this, what happens when a squad of Ultramarines is deployed onto Cadia. These are 30k Ultramarines who were previously fighting the Black Legion back during the Heresy. They don't recognize the Imperium. They don't recognize the surroundings, but they do recognize one thing. That's the Aquila, and those are traitors. Traitors are gonna die. And they just
Naysayers going to
mulch.
naysay.
They just mulch squads of Black Legion.
Meanwhile, Celestine's trying to duel about Abaddon, but whereas Abaddon can make do without his warp power because, you know, he's a fucking Space Marine, Celestine's kind of a bit
Celestine
buggered.
can't.
Yeah, she's a bit buggered by the disconnection from the warp. A little bit.
Also, it shows just how impressive that a single Custodes is when he deployed a Custode.
And
Just
the
ruled
Custodes...
battlefield.
Yeah, the Custodes took one look at Abaddon and said, "Excuse me, no, excuse me, no, look at me,
I've said it before,
not
I'll
the
say it
beautiful
again.
woman with angel wings. Look at me,
My
I am
two
the captain
favourite,
now."
If you want a really good sort of example of how lethal single Custodes can be, the Emperor's Legion and what's the second
Watchers of
book
the
in
Throne.
that? Watchers of the Throne. Really fucking good books.
Yeah.
Looking at the Custodes. Like, I've also started listening to The Vaults of Terror. I'm on the first book
I'd be
so
tempted
far.
to grab those books.
The first book's been pretty good so far. It has a particular part of the book where you are following the sort of operative of an Inquisitor who is who's like following information on like a dead archivist. And the end of that particular chapter and his POV is he's in an elevator going down. Something jumps onto the top of his elevator. He looks up, the hatch opens, and there's a sudden blue light, and the only thing he says is, shit. Next chapter is the Inquisitor and his little kill team have decided they took my boy, I'm going to go and get them back because he's in a local Arbites stronghold, and the Arbites needs to know you don't fuck with me and my boys. So he goes in with like a full platoon of fucking inquisitorial stormtroopers. They get to the cell that his guy is at, and as soon as they open it and he's like, are you okay, my dude? Suddenly all his stormtroopers start dying. He exits the cell. Revolver of like the 20th millennia. It's a fucking super ancient archaic weapon. It's literally just a fucking supersized Smith & Wesson revolver. It's pretty funny. He draws it, jumps out, ready to like Red Dead Redemption 2 style Deadeye this guy. Sees another blue light and is like, shit. And he comes face to face with a fucking custodian, and it's just one of them. And this custodian has torn his way through the entirety of the Arbites and his own men to get to this Inquisitor, and they have a dialogue. It's fucking great. The Custodies are great. Like, there's a reason that they are touted as the single greatest single combatants that the Imperium has ever produced and will yet produce.
The Custodies facing Abaddon. Yeah. Why are you running? Why are you running?
I'm rather biased towards the Dark Angels just due to them being my favourite legion, but Custodies are on such a different level.
Like, it's worth pointing out there's I
once had like a Halo-pilled friend of mine ask, so if a Custodies went up against like Master Chief, who would win? And like everyone he asked that knew was like the Custodies, just hands down. But what if it's Master Chief versus a Space Marine? Space Marine, hands down. What if it's Master Chief versus the Primaris Space Marine? The Space Marine just wins harder. Like, Master Chief has fuck all on basically anything from 40k.
A single bolt round and he's probably done for.
A las gun will punch through his armor.
Because there's something I love. People always laugh at how pathetically weak las guns are.
They're not, though.
They're not when they're fired against the intended target. Firing a las gun against Space Marines and Orcs, yes, might not do much.
Might not do much.
But against a person, it'll tear them apart.
I remember the Adeptus Custodies in any combat situation.
What was that short story they did when they first did the whole 42nd millennium, where it's like the Custodies have now been upgraded from eternal guardian of the Imperial Palace to shepherding Primaris groups around to loyalist Marines. And then they came across one as like, in the time it took for this Space Marine Primaris Custodies contingent to leave Terra and get to them, they'd been declared
oh yeah, and then I know what you're going to say.
The Custodies issued like a single order to be like, okay, Primaris Marines, disarm and wait for us to sort things out. And the Primaris Marines were like, no, we're Primaris Marines. We're going to join our brothers. And the Custodian was like, I'm only going to say this once more. Disarm. They said no. So when the Custodians had finished killing all the Primaris Marines and the other Space Marines, they decided, well, we did what we came to do and went home. You just don't fuck with the Custodians.
I also remember reading the exact text of that, because like they said it once. And then like the millisecond after the
saying it again was a courtesy. I will not extend this courtesy again.
No. As far as I'm aware, it didn't even get that far. Like the moment the command was not immediate, like basically like a millisecond after the command should have been followed but wasn't, the Custodians had already struck the Marine down dead.
Pretty much, yeah. There's also a brilliant scene in Watchers of the Throne, the Emperor's Legion, where the Chancellor of the Senatorium Imperialis is trying to arrange meetings with the other High Lords, and he wants to get Trajan Valoris, the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, to attend this meeting to give him an extra vote. So he arranges this like convoluted Machiavellian plot to have a bunch of the Fabricator General's personal servitor groups get disconnected from his main train and just get ignored, so they go insane. At roughly the same time that Trajan Valoris is doing his rounds at that part of the palace. And so there's this brief scene that happens in, like, I guess, all of about 3 seconds. No, he's just on patrol.
But yeah, but sorry, I'm more referring to the Custodes in particular, but...
Yeah, no, it's just while he's doing his rounds, and he gets the call that these servitors have gone nuts. So Trajan Valoris, in true Trajan Valoris fashion, literally busts through a door, and over the course of about 3 seconds, kills like 20 servitors.
Literally just Kool-Aid's in there.
In battle stance in front of the Chancellor, and is like, "You arranged this?" And it's just such a perfect scene. It's why I will always like tout these novels as being very good, despite the fact that they are new 40k.
Honestly,
and a lot of it is kind of weird.
Which one? I think... Was it Regent's Show? Basically, the first one of the series I watched... read, was literally a case of, yeah, I'm just not doing anything else. I've just read this book entirely. It was just perfect pacing and explained why the Custodes are terrifying, but still at that time were reasonable.
I mean, even in the second book, there's the one where Valerian and his like semi-official chamber, which is just him and like 5 other Custodes, literally go and kill a stronghold of traitors on Terra, and there's like 1,000 of them, and they cut through them in like 10 minutes. It's pretty great. There's also the whole scene in the first book where Valerian, where he's called to his watch commander on the wall. He's called over to help assist them with like a gigantic horde of the faithful that have decided we're going to start being noisy and riotous next to the walls. And as soon as Valerian jumps out of his lander and gets amongst them, a bunch of them are like, "Holy shit, that's a Custodes," and then, "Holy shit, that's a Custodes," and they all just start running because they're fucking terrified because it's a Custodes. And he just like walks up to the preacher who's directing this rabble, and they have a dialogue, and over the course of this conversation the preacher's like, "You don't care, you're part of this corrupt system," and then by the end of it he's just in tears, hysterical, because... And over the course of this conversation and this guy falling to his knees in terror and tears, Valerian hasn't raised his voice. He's just having a conversation with this guy. It's the writing is done, and like, I will also say that listening to the Audible version is good because it's got 3 different narrators and they all do very good jobs.
It's worth pointing out that I don't think a the difference is like Space Marines can get angry. They can channel their fury and their rage. They can, do the fury if they got Emperor a bit. And then you've got
Custodes don't do that.
No. Custodes are just we're fighting, and I've just killed that guy. Oh hey, Centodes, how you doing? Good, yep.
Custodes can get angry, and when they do, there is a problem. Because you have made a Custodes angry.
Well, no, Custodes are not supposed to be angry.
A lot of the alchemical process of their elevation to being a Custodes involves a lot of the removal of things like certain emotions. Anger is meant to be one of them. They can get frustrated, but they don't really lose their temper per se. But a lot of the time, their frustration is, "Why are you being so fucking stupid? Can you just like focus?" And in the moment where they're like, "Get your grip," and they try to grab you by the scruff of your neck, they tend to just crush you because they're so fucking big. And a lot of that stems from the fact that they don't really feel emotions the same way people do. It's one of the reasons that, like, especially during like the Watchers of the Throne books, they bear witness personally, Valerian especially because he's one of the title characters, to the failing of the Astronomicon, and they don't really get it because they aren't really attuned to the warp in the same way that like normal human beings are. Human beings have this very ever-present feeling that everything's going to be okay because the Astronomican's there. We can feel the psychic beacon. The Custodes can't. Not because they don't have souls or because they don't have that connection. It's just that that connection is severely dulled. That's one of the reasons they're so good at killing demons. And working arm in arm with the Sisters of Silence, the it's something that they explore in the book, and it's fucking glorious.
I do love how the Custodians are as close to repentant as they can be of what happened to the Sisters of Silence. Because while they went into the palace, the Sisters of Silence were basically just left on their own. And then later hunted.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why again, the two current Watchers of the Throne books very, very explicitly explore that disconnect between the two and how they try to reconcile that. It is, again, those two books are very well written. I do fully recommend them.
I love how they just immediately click back into the battle patterns. They know how to fight together, just immediately. Also, Samurai, what
that's hilarious.
What have you done to the lion?
Why would you harm my boy like that? Look at him. He needs help.
Petch, that's hilarious. The Super General Primarch project created to lead mankind's conquest of the galaxy gets scattered by the Emperor's enemies, the Emperor. Fuck it, we'll do it live!
Also, since this question has been asked a couple of times and we've just been going on, how big is the problem for the Imperium now that Norn Queens have killed multiple Custodians? Or Norn Emissaries? Norm emissaries are thankfully incredibly rare, and I think might partly suffer to new content syndrome.
A little bit.
We need to make these things incredibly powerful. How do we do it? Oh, we'll have them kill a squad of Custodes.
And it's worth pointing, didn't the Custodes kill her after she killed 4 of them?
I'm not sure. I've not looked into it too much.
Yeah, I haven't read up on that.
It's literally the newest stuff that's just dropped, like the past couple of months. And
like, I will point out, we already
expensive.
knew that the Norn Queens were dangerous. Like, we were already aware that they were very dangerous entities. And I'm not surprised that they can kill Custodes, because...
that makes sense.
It's also an out-of-context problem. Because...
Emissaries. Non-Queens are different. Non-Queens are in ships. Emissaries are basically walking titans.
Oh. That's a new one.
What, have you not heard of the non-emissaries?
No.
Yeah, give me a moment.
That's a new one.
Like,
why were 4 Custodians attempting to fight a walking titan?
Because it was either that or basically everyone dies. This is a non-emissary.
Holy
my
shit!
God.
Holy fucking fuck.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised 4 Custodians lost to that thing.
I can't remember their name, but you know the Tyranid units that basically are synapse creatures.
Yes, I'm aware.
It carries 3 of them.
Fuck. I know exactly what you mean, but I can't remember the names either.
Esmond, it literally has 3 of them.
Why, UNC Samurai, why is Jakar here? Like, I like Jakar as much as the next man, but why is Jakar here?
Because he's doing
it's not Hive Tyrants, I don't think. It's they're literally floating brains,
like,
basically.
Is Jakar doing the universe works in mysterious ways speech? Because I have 0 tolerance for that right now, Jakar.
I think that is, in fact, the scene that he's doing.
Like, I have 0 tolerance for that, Jakar, right now. Like, if Jakar is Jakar, then I'm being fucking Londo at this point. Like, fucking Norn ambassador. Very funny. Very, very funny.
Is it the Neurothrope?
Yes, that's it.
Aspirant,
well, Norn, not Narn.
Well, Zoanthropes. It's a Zoanthrope.
Zoanthrope.
Which is the thing, but like they have like different subgroups.
But yeah, they have multiple of them literally like grafted into them.
God, I
these
fucking
are
hate
the
those in
these are the
War.
Tyranid elite of the elite.
I would also like to point out that if that's the case, then why, when one of those creatures appear, is not a HUD? What's that missile system that is basically a nuke but worse that the Imperial Guard has?
Death strikes.
That's the one. Why are multiple death strikes not targeted at that thing when it appears? Because
you have death strikes. Like you might not have death strikes in the combat area.
Yeah, honestly, if it was me and I was the Imperial commander on the ground, I'd just be like, oh, I can't remember what the fucking that guy's name who was like, I'm surrounded, call in the airstrike on my position.
Danger
I'd
close.
just do that.
Yeah.
No, it's not danger close. It's like a broken arrow. I'm pretty sure it is. Broken arrow is where you basically call your air support in on your position because you are surrounded. Danger close is just within like a certain number of meters between you and the enemy. It's not quite on top of. It's within.
Because thinking, this is what I mean. That asset has multiple. That asset has multiple Norm Queen style synapse creatures in it. If that dies, that's basically that Tyranid invasion over. And perhaps, because the psychic backlash. The psychic backlash.
They killed it. They didn't care.
But that goes against established. What the fuck?
No, because the Tyranids have been learning. So you know how the Tyranids
are scary.
You know how the terrifying thing was that the Tyranids had a single tendril coming up through the galactic rim?
Vaguely.
The same Tyranid hive fleet has now got one from the opposite direction coming down. The galaxy is surrounded. Hive Fleet Leviathan is coming from both directions.
Oh dear.
And has encircled. And that's
I
excluding
also
other
subscribe
Hive.
to the idea that the Silent King left the galaxy to be like, I'm being angsty and quiet, and he's like, oh fuck, this is bad, but also a possibility because biomass.
Also, we can officially blame Necrons for Fenris, because Necrons and time travel put Nids on Fenris. They thankfully devolved, but... Also, for anyone who didn't know, the Nids won the latest combat against the Ultramarines and the Imperium.
Oh no!
This is a problem.
Oh, isn't this the one the thing where it's like,
the fourth Tyrannic War has been won by Nids?
Isn't this also the one where like they acquired Gene Seed, which means that their big new things also have the gene template of the Emperor within them?
Apparently,
which is bad.
yeah.
Like very bad.
The Nids winning, while it's good that the Imperium didn't just win yet again for like the 20th time in a row, why did it have to be the Tyranids that won?
Well, again, I'm from an insider that I know who used to work at Games Workshop. The main way that they determine who wins is they hold a bunch of tournament matches, and the average winner from those matches
it is. It's why
the overall wins. It's why the 13th Black Crusade succeeded, because overall Chaos won more than the Imperium.
It's also though why the first 13th Black Crusade was scrapped.
Yeah, because it was very goofy.
What do you mean the Imperium just sort of won instantly?
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why Chaos got a lot of love during the both the intervening and succeeding years to the initial run, because, oh god, turns out when the Imperium has stuff, it wins. About that. Chaos now has stuff, so it's going to start winning. It was a lot closer this time.
It was literally something like 53-47.
Yeah, that was the average ratio of wins to losses for Chaos. It was very close. It's also why I'm not actually that mad by it, because
I'm fine. I'm entirely fine with it. It's just
I do know that the first run there was something like 70-30 wins Imperium direction when they first ran. It's like, let's just have this be slightly non-canon. The first half of the Black Crusade stumbled, but it took off afterwards.
As for the Angry Marines, because I've seen them be at a couple of times, personally I'm not a big fan. But that's just because
they're a good meme, but that's it.
I don't like them because they are purely the meme, and at times they go too far. Like, some of the units I don't mind. For instance, you've got the Rhino with the flail. That I actually like the look of.
Oh, the flail nerve? That was funny.
But then I start questioning, like, why some of the other stuff?
It's the Anger Marines, you know. They're aggressively angry. Like, what's to understand?
I like chapters that actually have interesting lore, like the Silver Skulls or the Spears of the Emperor.
Astral Knights.
Like, if you want an angry chapter, Spears of the Emperor, their planet is terrified of them, but also knows we can't deny them because they're our only hope.
God damn.
That's who are called.
Sorry, I've been looking at the Leagues of Votan weapons because I'm trying to figure out what those axes are, and it's the plasma axes. I should have known.
Plasma axes.
Heavy plasma axe. It looks... I want this. I will find a way to figure out how I can justify a character in a future, like, Dungeons & Dragons game having a fucking plasma axe.
That shouldn't be too hard, depending on setting. But... and if not, Vagaries of the Warp. I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
My friend who is one of our main DMs did... Hold on, what was that game called? It's basically you're a bunch of really cool mercenaries, and you do...
You're totally cool.
Mercenary things, but it has a bunch of goofy things in it. Let me see if I can find the name of it. No, that's not it. Maybe it's another D&D server. One second.
I'm glad we're also getting more Space Marine chapters fleshed out apart from just the main lot.
Very true.
Because there is a whole bunch of interesting non-prime chapters.
Fist, that's what it's called. Paranormal Mercenary role-playing game.
Huh. Never heard of it.
I have not got the main book for it, which I will link in chat in just a second. But one of the things you can do is you can organize spam emails to flood your adversary's servers before you go in, which is fucking hilarious. I can probably wangle the DM to give me a fucking plasma axe as part of a legendary weapon that we find or recover or something. But yeah, it's looking very funny from the things that I've been sent. It's like a more unhinged version of Delta Green, which is also a very fun game, which is basically just Call of Cthulhu, but crossed with X-Files and the SCP Foundation, which was a very fun game to play.
I can imagine.
I'm actually drawing up a one-shot that I'm going to try and run, where, if you're aware of the Kuznetsov Ghost Dex meme, it's basically just that, which I'm quite excited for because I've got a lot of shit that I'm going to throw at them. Oh god, the Tesco Marine. He's back.
No.
I wish I was better at painting so I could actually try and do stuff like that. Even just trying to make some of my own stuff look better would be good.
The most painting I did was put down the base layer because that's what I needed legally to run in competition games. I didn't play any big dedicated matches. I would normally hang around the Games Workshop and then be in for the big sort of, we're running a community thing, you have a squad, and we're doing a very weird Space Hulk-esque game. So I ran my Visceroid Firstborn command squad in there, and my commander killed a Tyranid, I forget which one it was. It's the big, is it Lictor?
Yeah, if it's the
killed
Cthulhu,
one of them with his power claw before he died to wounds, which was very funny.
If it's a Cthulhu-looking brotherfucker, it's a Lictor.
I also had another game where I custom built using spare Imperial Guard basic squad guys. It was one of them was a map reader who wore sunglasses at all hours because I found a head that looked vaguely like Elwood Blues from the Blues Brothers. So I was like, he wears sunglasses, that's just his thing now, and he has a map and he has a plasma pistol because fuck you. My commander had I found a spare, like if you had the Space Marine Commander set, he had that gigantic scoped plasma pistol.
Damn.
So he had one of those, which was about the size of his torso, which was very funny. But he also had like the commander's cane, and I used it like a melee weapon. So I was allowed to use custom rules for that. It was basically just a club, which was funny. I was told that it could not be powered, so I removed that part of the rules, which made it fucking overpowered as shit. So I'm slightly okay with that. The banner bearer had a fucking flamer, because why not? But it was a hand flamer, which I found from an Inquisitor from Bitsbox, which I think still runs, maybe? Great website, fully endorse. He had a hand flamer from an Inquisitor that he got as a gift because they were fucking or something. I don't remember the rules I had for him.
That's aggressively
the final
interesting.
dude was a medic who, at some point, I decided also had a... fuck, I forget which weapon it was, but it was a heavy weapon. It may have been a heavy bolter, because why not? And he was the medic, because lol. And the only reason he was in there was because we were told that if you have like a medic, you can give people additional saving throws, both for your team and others if you're allied. So I was like, cool, I'll have a medic. I get additional saving throws for all of my guys. He also saved a fucking tech marine during a fucking spicy encounter with an entire squad of gene stealers, which was very
Spicy.
Yeah, it was. They came out of the walls on the floor. We were surrounded. One of my dudes threw a crack grenade and killed 2 of them because crack grenade.
Wow, we've really, I think we've hemorrhaged our audience aggressively.
We've lost 5 people.
Yeah, it's fine.
And to be fair, they've been slowly trickling for a while. Honestly, I've been hoping more questions would pop up.
That's the point, yeah. Give us more questions. We need more questions.
Just stop us just rambling on about stuff.
Yeah, we kind of need direction. I know this is Fleet's Random Ramblings, but it shouldn't be Fleet's Random Ramblings, which I know sounds weird, but go with me.
So yes, we need to rise up in rebellion against Fleet.
Hey!
One
I'm
second.
back.
Hi, back, I'm Dad.
Alright, just for that. Oh, I can't... Oh, god damn it.
You forget, Hood, this is my domain.
No, I can't time you out for anything less than 60 seconds. I forgot about that. I
I
did just
am in
disconnect
charge
you.
here. I am in charge here.
Hold on. No. I have something even better.
No, you don't.
Move to audience.
No, you...
Wait, what?
No.
I moved to
Oh, yeah!
audience.
This is my show. Just for that.
I was wondering why everything sort of changed colour there.
Don't tempt me, Hood.
Oh yeah, I forget you can do that in here, because... Chief of Comms.
Yeah. Like I say, I'm not completely powerless.
Just mostly.
I'm not even...
I'm like a hamster.
I'm not even mostly powerless. I have a lot more power than people actually realise, still.
Sea Dodders, maybe. Like,
Let's see.
we know that certain ones are absolutely canonically fully dead.
Yeah.
Which
like,
is sad, because, like,
Fucking,
sanguineous.
I personally still don't... The 2 Primarchs I do not see coming back, and one of them's going to be ironic, is Vulcan and the other's Dawn. Because Dawn, Games Workshop keeps saying he's dead in material.
Yeah, so they keep, like, alluding to it, but I've not actually seen any canonical things of, like, he's totes mega dead.
No one has confirmed he is entirely dead, but they keep saying, like, ah yes, Dawn's dead. This has been found, Dawn's most likely dead. As for
Rust is
Vulcan...
gonna return next.
I bet you
I
any
could
money.
I could have... Well, the easiest to bring back is Korax, because he's been spotted recently. Jagatai is also a potential.
He's
No,
having...
Sanguinius can't.
He's
No,
having
Sanguinius
10,000
cannot.
years of...
He's canonically fully dead. There is
Like,
no way to
the
bring him
only way you could even come close for Sanguinius to come back is the Sanguinor, which is basically the ghostly screams of, oh god, I'm dead, of Sanguinius, that chooses to help his legion when needed. Yes, Ferrus Manus is dead, but apparently the Adeptus Mechanicus are trying to rebuild him.
What?
We can
Like,
rebuild him.
The
We have
Adeptus
the
Mechanicus are
technology.
trying to Robocop Ferrus Manus because they have his head.
That sounds like a bad idea. I'm just...
I mean, Ferrus Manus was like...
Necrodermis plus new body and maybe restore? Plus
So,
some
like, the thing...
magic? He's probably dead. Like, he should stay dead. Russ? Well, we don't know where he went. If anything, Russ probably should have turned up by now.
Not yet.
Because-
It's not yet.
Well, it is.
Imperium's full darkest
No.
hour.
Yeah, but that's what the lion said. What the wolf said was that during the wolf time he would return. And it's officially is the wolf time. Like,
yeah, it's weird
Fenris
because
is gone.
they tried to do like it's the wolf time when Fenris was having its emergency, and then no one wanted to be part of that. So they're like, okay, we'll just quietly put that off to the side for a minute and ignore it. Look at this big blue guy. He's back. Look at him. Look at it. Don't look at the stuff about the wolves and the furries. Look at the big blue guy.
Like when the Dark Angels turn up with literally like a collection of the most ancient vessels in history, because multiple Glorianas, the Rock, and all of the old fun stuff. No, just stop looking at it. The Blueberries are back.
The blue boy's back, and he's got a new girlfriend, and you will like it.
Xeno relations moment.
To be fair, the Eldar can actually make an agreement with the Imperium. That would be pretty good. It could give the Imperium a lot more life.
They've lasting alliance, because they've had like faux alliances, and
Yes.
they had to do fucking Eldrad.
Yes.
Eldrad did a lot of good stuff with and for humanity before his, let's say, death, because again, wasn't exactly confirmed last I checked. And Ulthwé, is it Ulthwé?
Yeah.
Ulthuan.
Yeah, Ulthwé has always been very pro-humanity, particularly since the fall, because they realised that humanity is, for all its foibles and faults, probably the best way to oppose chaos, and they're okay with that.
Well, the other options is Orcs, Necrons, or the Town.
And two
And I
of
think I
those
know which
races they don't like,
Yeah.
and the other one they see as even more childish and proto-space capable than humanity is in their eyes, which is the Tau, by the way. So yeah, Ulthwé has always been, at least since, like, I don't know, I guess the heresy has been like, humanity's pretty cool. We're okay with humanity. The dude who has the Spear of Twilight, Prince what's his face? I can't remember which craft world he supports. They've been vaguely pro-humanity, not quite level of
Voidstinger is a different one, I think.
Eldrad Ulth. I want to say
Ulthwé.
Ulthwé, but it's not him.
Because there's Eldrathane Voidstinger. Is
Eldrad Ulthwan,
yeah.
who is the mightiest and most ancient Farseer of the Asurani Krath world, Ulthwé. He was perhaps the most gifted Psyker ever for the Eldar, to the point where he had the gift of foresight with a clarity that no one had yet had. Like, he was better than the Emperor for that, and the Emperor was pretty damn good at foresight. He also, during, I think, the fall of Cadia, sacrificed himself allegedly to stop one of the Blackstone fortresses from falling. But again, his quote-unquote death wasn't exactly witnessed.
At the same time, you also had the shattering of Bealtan.
Yeah.
Which
Bealtan was also weird, because they were like, I think most of the Bealtan people either left Bealtan during its first major crisis with, I think, the Tyranids, and they became Corsairs and pirates and just started doing their own thing, and then Bealtan fell.
An excellent example of Eldar getting along with the Imperium is, as mentioned, Eldrathane Voidstinger. There's a mention of that because he showed that yes, they can set aside their differences because chaos is a bigger threat than anything. And he was just a pirate in basically the 12th Black Crusade. By the time of the 13th, he was basically a fleet commander for the Ynnari.
So I think that the Ynnari could probably become the big sort of bridging between the rest of the Eldar and humanity.
For no
the
particular
Ynnari are
reason.
Pretty chill with. Well, it's also because when it comes down to it, the Ynnari
Except humans.
fundamentally think that everyone, like every living creature, needs to unite against both chaos and the Tyranids, because the Tyranids are a gigantic threat, and they recognize that.
I mean, there may come a point where the Chaos Gods go, there's going to be no one left to worship us if everyone's dead.
That's what I'm waiting for, because that's going to be really fucking funny.
Well, there is at least one canonical case of where Chaos and the Imperium have worked together. Which is always amusing, which is the War of the Beast.
Yeah.
There was a whole bunch of Chaos Space Marines. I want to say it was Iron... No, wasn't Iron Warriors. It was a Excommunicate Traitoris chapter of the Sons of Dawn, basically. And they were being surrounded by orcs, and there was this wonderful Imperial Fists bastion that they had been told to unite, that the last wall protocol was put in. They basically sort of went, hey, can we come in here too? We don't like orcs either. So for a short time, Chaos and the Imperium have worked together. But, doesn't tend to go well, usually, afterwards.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it was a bunch of Iron Warriors.
Was it actually Iron Warriors?
There's a Warsmith Calvor on the list of commanders for War of the Beast. And Warsmith is an Iron Warriors
title.
title.
I think it's also one of Silver Skulls as well, but I don't think they were there. But I could be wrong. Also, just been reminded of the fact that Custodes can retire.
Yes. It's actually very common. When they become slightly too old or too slow or wounded, they join the Eyes of the Emperor. And act as the gigantic intelligence network for both the Custodes and...
That just reminded me of when it was... I want to say... Cadius Fallen. It was one... Yeah, it was Cadius... They basically... No, it was the Fourth Tyrannic War. Ugh. They used this to get to Terra within literally a couple of days. By the time they got there, they had to use such a high level of an encryption to get through the security systems. Anyone in the system who was looking at the channel at the time was mandatory turned into a servitor, so that the codes would never leak.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's like so I talked about this earlier, but when it comes down to it, Battlefleet, like Segmentum Solar Battlefleet, is essentially a fiefdom in unto itself within the Imperial Navy, because the whole reason for its existence is we're protecting Sol. That's it. There's like a handful of systems around it that they're also sworn to protect, but they have their own major defense forces. But like when you look at just the forces within the Sol system itself, it puts to shame almost every other Segmentum fleet, like in its entirety.
And the largest and oldest battleships of the Imperium are here.
It's not just of the Imperial Navy either. There's, hundreds of ships that are part of the Adeptus Custodes personal, like, liege fleet or private liege fleets. You've got members of the Inquisition's own battle fleets, both under different arms of the Inquisition, but also under different Inquisitors. You've got the Grey Knights that operate their own fleet.
The Adeptus Mechanicus fleet that's
The
sitting over
Mechanicus
Mars.
fleets. Not just over Mars, because there's like the Jupiter and the Saturnine Forge World fleets. Like, it's genuinely mind-boggling looking at the numbers and then looking at the way that that's written about in the lore. I mean, again, Oculus Imperia has a very good video on, so you're a pilgrim going to Terra. Here's what happens when you arrive in Terran standard system. The first thing that happens is a shitload of Auspex scanners and high-resolution sensor systems on any number of Imperial ships from monitor to battleship scan your ship, and at the very hint of warp penetration, whether that's because your Gala field flickered in transit and you arrived with a slight delay, you get blown to pieces. Next scan. And that's just on the you're arriving into system. The deeper you get into Sol, the more scans and stops you have to go through before you even get to Terra. Like, it's genuinely insane.
You also just reminded me of going back to the monitors as well, is when Magnus decided to try and kill his brother on Mars, the first ships that responded and provided orbital fire support were system defense monitors.
Yeah.
They just started shooting all the Chaos forces and rubrics that were coming out of the portal.
The system defense monitor Javelin died rather sadly when that group of Necron ships arrived in Sol. I'm like, look, the Dragon of Mars, let's go wake him up. And one of them killed Javelin before it crashed into Mars. And Javelin was a system defense monitor. System defense monitors are genuinely amazing. Like, I love monitors in general, just because they're cool. Like, small ship, big gun, let's go. But like in 40k, they're just the workhorses of defense forces. They're great.
Battlefleet Bastion is another one of the quite good ones. In terms of colour scheme, I think Bastion's probably my favourite as well, because they've got the nice gold and blue colours.
Yeah, that is a good colour scheme.
Because you've got Solar, which is basically pure white with a bit of gold.
White with gold trim.
Baka, which is the more greenish tinged one.
That's the standard green with like red or gold.
You've got what was it? I'm gonna try and find it. Scroll up in because I can see if I can remember the names. You've got the red and white one, which is basically Inquisitor color schemes, but the battle group.
That's Coronus.
Yes. And then you've also got, I think, a slightly yellowish tinged one as well. And then you've got Gothic, which is the one which basically is just the standard colour scheme. I think Armageddon might be the more yellowish one. Yes, Armageddon, yeah.
I think it matches with the Armageddon Steel Legion's own colour scheme, which I'm pretty sure was based on the Battlefleet, because after the first war for Armageddon, they were like, well, we need some new colonists. And I'm pretty sure that a bunch of their standing defense force after that were just Marines from Battlefleet Gothic ships. So they just sort of kept the colour scheme for their coats, and that's how they got their colours.
I do actually like... I do like that for everyone who looks into 40k, it's the third War of Armageddon. For the characters in 40k, it's actually only the second War for Armageddon, because the Inquisition scrubbed the records of the other one, because a demon Primarch turned up.
Wait, it wasn't
and most of the planet was dead.
It's because the second and third, in chronological sense, were both fought by the same combatants. It was the Orcs of Gazgul versus Yarrick. Whereas the first one was just the Chaos showed up and killed half the population, so the Inquisition killed the rest.
Which then led to the Months of Shame with the Space Wolves, which is...
Yeah.
Yikes. When the Space Wolves blow up a 10,000-year-old battle barge, it says something.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Can't wait for the giant Gaskell to go after fucking Angron throughout the entire galaxy, just chasing him for killing Yarrick.
I do wish they would do that.
Hey now, I will not hear that man's name without the
Alright. Almost.
Also, in my heart, Yarrick lives.
Yeah, in all of our hearts,
Good
Yarrick
old,
lives.
good old Bale Eye.
Good old Bale.
Because yes, an eye is a laser.
Yeah, it's a fucking laser weapon because fuck you. Oh, I love Yarrick so much. He was the first model I got. I wish I could find that model.
Also, his personal Baneblade is awesome.
Oh, the Fortress
Oh,
of
the
Arrogance.
Fortress of
yeah.
Arrogance?
Yeah.
I named my flagship in a video game after that. I called it the Fortress of Elegance because it was a spaceship and not a tank.
before Yarrick returns back to life simply because the orcs will him back into life.
That would actually be fucking
That would be
amazing, and it
utterly
would fit the
hilarious.
canon.
It's like, he can't be dead. He will not be dead. We're not yet done. We need more
That's my
fighting.
favourite version of the Arrogance. Because, you know, it's got the gigantic fucking eagle and all of the slots filled. Because special tank. Let's go. I was going to get the conversion kit to turn like a regular Baneblade into one, but I needed a Baneblade first, and I just didn't have the money at the time.
A couple of years back, I decided to grab a Baneblade. Not because I'm making an Imperial army. I just wanted a Baneblade.
I mean,
It's a
I've
pretty
got a
cool tank.
Baneblade somewhere.
Hold on,
Though I'm
where's the
currently working on
original
other
version?
poor financial decisions.
Oh yeah, here we go.
The classic
It's-
one.
It's the classic one. It's so good. Not only does it have the little couple of slots for you to put your actual Yarrick model on, but it also has the Fortress of Arrogance on the side, which is just perfect.
Actually, like
Is
some of
that
the
bolted armor or riveted armor?
bit of
Depends
column A,
on the
bit of column B.
Probably.
Any expectation on Space Marine terms of in terms of new IG law? I'm pretty sure that they're probably going to try to figure out how to make him a Primaris halfway through the campaign, because
I
new stuff.
actually don't have good hope on Space Marine 2. Which, from what we've seen of Space Marine 2, I'm kind of worried. Graphically speaking, it looks pretty boring. Like, it doesn't seem to have any of the 40k-ness that we had in the first one. Like, it's a lot more
Yeah,
mountains
it-
and such.
yeah, it's definitely not going to be able to capture the same sense of scale that the first game had, because fun fact, the first game had ludicrous scale. That's why it looked so weird. Because fun fact, if you saw something in the background, it was actually physically there. It cast shadows.
Yeah.
It was great.
Another thing that has me worried is sound effects. The bolter just does not sound right. Neither does the heavy bolter.
It's so funny to me that the first game to ever get the bolter right was fucking Fire Warrior.
Mm.
Even like Dawn of War 2, which has pretty good bolter sounds, still doesn't quite sound right.
Something which makes me curious about the bolt sounds, though, is the same people making Space Marine 2 are the people who worked on Bolt Gun. Where, you know, they had good sounding bolters.
Mm.
I'm cautiously
it may
hopeful,
just
but
depend on like what they're trying to go for with the sound engine itself, because it could be a case of, well, we couldn't quite
yeah.
do this.
I
in
hope we
time
do
or
see the new
whatnot.
Rogel Dawn, Goodman, because I love the Rogel Dawn as a new tank.
The new tank looks pretty fucking cool. I will say that. It does fit the goofy 40k aesthetic of, we took interwar tank designs and decided let's just make them bigger and sillier. And I love interwar tanks, so
There's only one Gravis tank I like, and it cost me too much money to get one.
Yeah.
which one is the Gravis tank?
Well, the
Floaty
Gravis
boys.
tanks in general, it means any of the repulsor vehicles.
Floaty boys.
Ah,
But there's only one which, personally, I like the look of.
Is that the gigantic one with fucking 50mm autocannons on it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Estrella cannon?
The Astraeus is utterly beautiful. Glory to the Dark Angels.
I do love the Astraeus.
Yeah, I spent like the 260 quid on one recently because it's so cool.
Yeah, the Astraeus. Fucking love it.
I just posted an image in theatre because the only thing is though, they've nerfed the guns. Like, if you actually want to use it for tabletop, the guns are pretty bad. Like, it takes ages to kill you. That's pretty cool. There's that Iron Hands, what's it called, Terminator next to it as well.
I think so. That's the first artwork I saw of the Astraeus, and like, I want one.
That's awesome.
What is that tech priestess doing to that poor guardsman?
Convincing them to join the Mechanicus.
I believe that's called presenting.
She will turn him into a servitor.
Yes, you did miss about the enormous emissary, I'm afraid. Partly that we're not sure if it's a case of new thing must be good, but even excluding that, it is terrifying.
Yeah.
The Norn Emissary is a ludicrously powerful unit that I would agree is roughly Warhound size Titan. Maybe up to Warlord, depending on how big they grow. No, I don't think the Lehman Russ does need an update. I think leaving it as is would actually be better.
Yeah, the good thing about the Lehman Russ is that it has so many different patterns and turret layouts that you can probably
Also, I guess actually, a better question would be, what do you mean by model update as well? Is it a model redesign or just newer molds?
Newer molds, yes, but like update for model itself, not really.
Because if they update the Lehman Russ, no, because if they update the Lehman Russ, you immediately go, well, what's the point in the Rogel Dawn? Like, this was meant to be the big new thing, and now that's just kind of everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think it needs a redesign, because it's one of the most iconic tank designs in 40k.
And it just works currently still. Like,
the Rogel Dawn is the next generation of heavy tank for the Imperial Guard. They don't need to completely redesign the Lehman Russ, and they're probably not going to be able to make it work.
Not the Mastodon. I know which one. Yeah, Malkador. Macarius, not Malkador. Different thing.
That's a Malkador.
Yeah.
That second one.
Because, and you can see the sort of design between the Macarius and the Rogel Dawn. You can see lineage, which I like.
Yes. It's like looking at the development between, say, the XM1 something and the M1A1 Abrams. They're not quite the same tank, but there is like very big similarities. Or even looking at the design lineage between, say, the Centurion and the Conqueror. Because when you look at it, the Conqueror is essentially just, we scaled up Centurion, or even
So this is actually,
Chieftain.
I think, a pretty good one I've just seen. This is basically the three tanks of the Imperium that you'll semi-frequently see.
Yeah. You got the Lehman Russ, is that the Exterminator?
Yes, or Executioner it might be.
Executioner, it's Executioner. Yeah. Exterminator, I think, has the fucking burst
Flamer?
Then you got the Rogel Dawn, which I don't think
with the twin battle cannon instead of the long one.
And then you've got the Baneblade with its new couple of mounted 50 cal for some reason that I don't think I've seen on any other model.
I think it is basically just a Baneblade thing. Exterminator is the twin autocannon.
It's twin cannons. That makes sense. Also, when you're looking at like non-emissary, my immediate reaction was its supremacy armor scale, and the supremacy armor is pretty fucking cool.
That thing is terrifying, because those are anti-starship cannons.
I love the idea that there's like a universe where there's the Orcperium, and the orcs are the humans.
I'm not gonna lie, I do fucking love the Tau battle suits.
Oh, yeah. Like, they are just cool.
So you got the supremacy armor with its anti-battleship cannon, or anti-ship cannon. And then you've just got the Storm Surge, which is just...
How many missiles do you want? Because you've also now got the XV-104 Ravana?
Oh,
Or whatever.
Riviana?
Yeah, I don't expect me to pronounce it correctly.
Dave!
Wait, the XV-109.
No, 104 is the Riptide, sorry, 107.
Yeah. Oh, the 107, the Ravana.
Yeah.
Oh, the one that's got the twin guns.
Yeah.
Hold on, I just found the image of it. These things that I can't remember what weapons they are.
Like twin pulsed sub-rail munitions or something is what they called it.
Which is basically just a fancy way of saying
twin pulse sub-munition cannons.
We made twin pulsing railguns because fuck you.
That apparently fire cluster projectiles of plasma bolts.
The Tau super heavy battlesuits are fucking amazing. I love them.
I don't see Lionel Johnson ever getting a vehicle really named after him. It just doesn't suit him. And honestly, if it did, he would probably find whoever did it and proceed to punch them. As for the Star Wars stuff, honestly, Star Wars in 40k aesthetic looks awesome. Like,
kind of.
Yeah, there it is.
I'll be honest.
I was looking for. See, that is.
Yeah, like, if that came down the corridor because of nope, I surrender. This is not a thing I can win.
Sup, plebs? Shit.
The Ferris Manus battle tank. That would be funny.
A Lehman Russ with a Macarius turret? Why? You've got a smaller gun.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, like, I'm pretty sure that the the Macarius base turret is just two of the Lehman Russ battle cannons.
Is it the battle cannon?
Yes. And then the Macarius with the long
I'd
turrets.
like to take a moment
The long gun
to...
is just a pair of Vanquisher guns.
I'd like to take a moment to very quickly just open to general questions for like half an hour to an hour. And then we can, as and when Drac returns, if he returns, refocus back onto 40k. If that's alright with everyone.
Yeah.
Just to give the chat a
Just
chance.
finishing up
those
that
are
one.
Vanquishers.
Yeah, just finishing it up quickly though there, no, Hood was correct about the twin link battle cannon, so yeah, quite possible.
Okay, so we'll now open to general questions from the chat about general things. They don't have to be 40k. I'm just going to put out another ping, just so.
I'm going to get some food, so hopefully things go well. Heresy Pendio!
Vanilla or chocolate ice cream?
Chocolate.
Oh, vanilla.
And that was all he wrote.
Status of the Bilge Pump podcast. I'm not on the Bilge Pump podcast. I don't know if anyone
ask
on
the Bilge Pump cast members.
Well, who are the Bilge Pump cast members?
Drac, and some other people. I don't know.
Wait, Shipyard, are you on Bilge Pump?
Did it once.
Oh. Well, we don't know then. In that case, then none of us know.
Alright, Drac, Armored Carrier, and Dr. Clark. We'll ask them, because we're not them.
Yes, we aren't there.
I did one where I talked about missiles. That was fun. I got called Jimmy.
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 Oh.
Sound like a pedophile.
Can you imagine
Ship
a timeline where the roles are reversed? The US is superior at night fighting.
Sentinels. Is there a question in there somewhere, Gregos? Because I can't see it.
I think you mean Ship Girl Taffy 3.
No, he's saying ships that make up humans as Taffy 3 and Chaos as Japanese Center Force.
I think you mean... but
What?
Is he asking for a theoretical order of battle between the Imperium and Chaos?
that's literally Vrax. That's literally the Siege of Vrax. That's literally the space combat part.
Yeah, that's the space action of Vrax. Like, look it up. Can you imagine a timeline where roles reversed US superior service? So that mostly depends upon, like, I think the crux of the issue is Japan's internal, like, domestic industry. because Japan knew, even in like the 20s, that it couldn't outproduce America or Britain in terms of warships. Not just in terms of capital ships, but just in terms of warships. So, like, theoretically, they could have better radar and have them perform, on average, better than their adversaries. But this does depend on whether or not they could continue to maintain ship losses. Because if America can do night fighting and Japan can't, Japan has to bloodily work its way up to do better night fighting with its radar.
No, it's not that he's not saying that Japan can't do night fighting, it's just that they're not superior in it, but they have radar and know how to use it. So in theory, if they're going on the offensive, then in theory that should make up for it. Grey Ghost, Japan fully modernized their Grey Ghost, that's literally the historical timeline. Every single Japanese capital ship had a full rebuild in the 1930s. New boilers, new fire control, reworked secondary battery. Like, they did more work. Like, it's even said that the British looked at what the Japanese did to the Fusos and Iseis and said, that for the QEs.
Oh god, I'm now imagining a QE with fucking Pagoda Tower.
The main point of the matter, though, is that when it comes down to it, the big reason that America was able to close the gap in terms of its night fighting ability was because it was able to use its radar and had to learn messily that we need to get better at fighting at night. Like, what was the one where the Australians lost their heavy cruiser? Was it Java Island? That night action?
Java Sea.
Java Sea, thank you. That highlighted specifically to America that Allied forces in the Pacific need to, firstly, close this gap at night fighting because they are better than us. So yeah, the crux of the issue is going to be America is going to be, theoretically, by this assertion, slower at radar development like the Japanese were. But I don't think that's going to be a realistic nail to hold on to, because America was very good at adapting and always has been. And again, Japan, the main crux is they can't match rebuilding numbers that America can do. They're going to need to realize that they're not as good as the enemy at night fighting and use their radar and those tactical advantages to build up that expertise. Whether or not they can do it to the same extent or surpass them before America gets radar is going to be the main point of that. How well did Q ships actually perform? It depends. Q ship as a concept is a good idea. Q ships in practice have always been goofy because the main thing they're going to end up fighting is subsurface raiders and not surface ones, because all of the surface raiders that have performed in the last two wars were Germans, and they had very limited ship numbers, or were stuck in home ports because the Grand Fleet was
right there and was scary.
Yeah, Q ships have not exactly been able to fight the way that they're meant to fight. The ones that have done have been ships like, say, Cormoran or Atlanta, that were armed auxiliaries for the Germans. Those were basically Q ships acting as surface raiders, which is very funny. But again, the concept of a Q ship is actually really smart. It's just we haven't really been able to show them off the way that they have meant to be shown off, if that makes sense. Next question.
Where did we get to?
How did the training and the equipment for night fighting in the High Seas Fleet look?
I
don't know.
Shipyard, help! Have you got some information? Anything?
from my limited understanding of it, it basically boils down to searchlights and people with very good eyes.
But basically, it's more down to the fact that the High Seas Fleet was actually trained in how to basic night fight. What to look for when you're looking for a ship at night. You know, that sort of thing. Rather than the British, which kind of weren't. In the First World War.
Basically. Better way of putting it.
Well, there you are then.
So the crux of the thing is, like everyone else's. Because if it's Mark 1 Searchlight and Eyeball, it's basically everyone else's.
The difference is, though, like I think the Germans did, what's it called? Silhouette training.
More searchlights.
Silhouette training.
Better silhouette training.
Yeah,
ship.
I think that's the thing. Like, that's the big thing they did. They went for silhouette
But
training.
that's mostly down to the fact that when it came down to it, the High Seas Fleet wasn't the Grand Fleet. It had to make do with more capable single ships compared to mass-produced swarms.
I'd honestly not say that was the way the High Seas Fleet was going.
No, it's not. But like, that's what I attribute it to, because when it came down to it, the High Seas Fleet knew particularly when the Queen Elizabeths were coming into the fleet, they knew that they couldn't outdo Britain, so they'd have to make do with either better training or better equipment. They may not have had better equipment, but they could definitely, in the lead up to the First World War, do more and better training and do better night training, specifically because smaller squadrons or smaller numbers of ships, if better trained, would be able to outdo more ships, if that makes sense. Particularly in the ranges that they were going to be fighting. Because when it came down to it, the High Seas Fleet in Germany knew that it wouldn't have an easy time of getting out of the North Sea and past the Grand Fleet, so...
Although, to be fair, their goal wasn't to leave the North Sea.
No, it wasn't. It was to break the blockade.
Yeah, or break holes in it temporarily.
Yeah. And again, the ranges that they were going to be fighting at in the North Sea and around the Kiel Canal, which was their main launching point, essentially, you don't really need to worry about long-range salvo fires and stuff like that. So if you can punch through someone at close range in a night fight, you're instantly in a better position, which means if your guys know how to night fight better than the enemy, you have an advantage. Night fighting in World War I was very limited because, as far as I can recall, radar wasn't exactly...
No, Hood, radar's not a thing until the late 30s.
Yeah, well then there you go. Radar isn't a thing, so night fighting is essentially our scouting groups have identified enemy units at this bearing, at this distance from them, and they're roughly in this position. So prep for contacting that direction roughly, and hope you have guys with good eyesight on the searchlights ready to go. That's night fighting World War I style.
Basically. Shipyard, you said you found some documents that you perhaps wanted to show off.
Well, that really depends on what do you mean by show them off.
Well, you know, the ones that you said that you wanted to talk about them, I think.
No, I wanted to show you them in private.
Oh. I see.
Doxed. Rip.
Oh, come on! Don't be like that.
In another
I'm sorry, but no one else is going to see my sovereignty plans. You know, I nicked them from the Kremlin. Oops, sorry.
I nicked them from...
Careful. In another timeline where the US had functioning long-range Mark 14s and the Japan had malfunctioning Long Lance in early war. So here's the thing about the Long Lance. The Long Lance was very good in terms of its destructive power, but a lot of people massively overstate its effectiveness and like hit chance. It wasn't any better than, say, the Mark 14. The Mark 14's real issue was the exploder. Like, that was about it. for the Mark 14. It had some other drawbacks like the goofy depth settings, but again, some areas of the world are different like that. And again, every nation was doing its own torpedo development in waters that it owned, and the magnetic field of the Earth is different in those places, and most exploders of the time were magnetic. So yeah. Now when it comes to malfunction, like if you have a long lance that has the reliable exploder like the Mark 14 did, I say reliable in the most amount of contempt possible for the exploder at the time, then yeah, it's going to be a lot less effective when it hits, and the Mark 14 is going to be a lot more effective if it hits. So at that point, the US sub-commanders have a lot more kills early war. So yeah.
Well,
yeah, the war's gonna end like 1.5 to 2 years.
Yeah, I think this depends. Okay, Dalcidius, what would the High Seas Fleet even do had they opened up the blockade? Harass the Russians, raid the French coast. Now, this entirely depends on how this has happened, when this has happened, and what's led to it. If this is a High Seas Fleet opening the blockade after a early war miracle, say it's trapped, or, you know, when Beatty and that one battle squadron... Oh, what was the name of that battle? You know, where the entire High Seas Fleet had a chance to do what they wanted to do, which was...
Oh,
Come on, we have...
Dogger Bank?
Yes, that's the one, Dogger Bank. First Dogger Bank, where they have a chance to actually,
Well, I don't think it was Heligoland Bight.
No, Dogger Bank. No, Heligoland Bight's when they are basically doing a raid to go and fuck with the Germans, rather than the other way around. It's like if Dogger Bank goes well, and then basically that basically means that there is only one set of battle cruisers for now in the North Sea, and that's the first scouting group of the Germans. First scouting group can go and break open the blockade whenever they feel like, because they can run up at like 20 knots and then run away at 25 knots if anyone comes up that's threatening them. I mean, okay, the QEs exist, and that's a minor concern.
There is an advantage to that situation.
Oh?
Beatty's dead.
Fair. I can...
So I think it's more Seymour being dead that...
Well, no, BT's not a very good flag commander. He's
Oh no, he's not a very good flag commander, but a lot of his failings at Jutland were because Seymour.
No, Seymour's not responsible for sending radio messages of position, contacts, and course to Jellicoe. Seymour's not responsible for the decisions to not signal second battle squadron. Yeah, it's not like all Seymour does is put the signal flags up and bring the signal flags down. That's it.
It is quite unfortunate that he's basically the scapegoat, but in reality,
yeah, I guess I kind of ran with it on that because.
Yeah, like here's the thing. So, what do I like to run some hypotheticals past you? So we've lost a squadron of 13.5-inch battleships. Let's say one of them got away, and let's say that let me just look up what was in the battle because it's unlikely that the entire battlecruiser squadron is going to have been sunk. Hang on, Battle of Dogger Bank. Okay, so 5 battle cruisers.
Royal Navy's order of battle is 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron, 2nd Battle Cruiser Squadron, 1st Light Cruiser Squadron, and the Harwich Force of 3 light cruisers. 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron that time is Lion, Tiger, Princess Royal. 2nd is New Zealand and Indomitable. 1st Light Cruiser Squadron is Southampton, Birmingham, Lowestoft, and Nottingham. And then the Harwich Force is HMS Aurora, Arethusa, Undaunted, alongside 35 destroyers. The Imperial German Navy is the 1st and 2nd scouting groups, each of 4 battle cruisers. 1st is led by Seydlitz, Moltke, Derflinger, and Blucher. 2nd is Kohlberg, Stralsund, Rostock, and Groudens, alongside 2 flotillas of 18 destroyer boats combined. I mean, that's a very difficult way for the High Seas Fleet to win that fight because, Jesus, outnumbered and hilariously outgunned.
Oh no, sorry, it was the no, it was the I think
Was it Heligoland?
No, it was one of the it was the raid on Scarborough, Hartlepool, and Whitley. It wasn't actually Dogger Bank. It was the first because it was at that one when the High Seas Fleet was encountered.
Remember Scarborough
and Warrender. So yeah. Okay, so Warrender has brought. Okay, so yeah.
Okay,
so
like
Warrender.
An order of battle, Wikipedia, please.
Okay, yeah. So okay, Warrender's got King George V, Ajax, Centurion, Orion, Monarch, and Conqueror. So he's got 6 13.5-inch battleships. So that is not. I mean, shipyard, I'm sure you're aware, that's not an insignificant amount of punch.
No, that's quite a lot.
Mm.
That's something you don't want to sail into.
Like, even if the entire High Seas Fleet is behind you, that is still a tough.
Is that the entire King George V class?
No, because Audacious is on the bottom by that point.
Yeah.
Orion,
so you've got you got Orion. Yeah. So you've got three Orions and and all 3 of the KGVs.
That's
or
amazing.
1 KGVs.
Yeah, that's a pretty damn good lineup of capital.
And for battle cruisers, you've got the brand new Tiger, which has just entered the fleet. So she's actually, she's of all the battle cruisers that have a chance to get away from this, Tiger's the one that has the best chance. She's the best armored. She's the fastest.
Isn't she also the fastest?
She's the fastest by about a knot. Yeah. And she also doesn't have BT. It's also worth bearing in mind that this is actually prior to BT's going over the safety requirements. It's this battle that leads to them wanting to.
It leads to him thinking that.
Yeah, so we've actually got proper gunnery on the battle cruisers at this point. Okay, someone laughing.
Quote unquote. Decent gunnery.
Hey, Tiger's gunnery is top notch throughout.
I mean,
the war.
yeah, I will say Tiger has. Even of like any capital ship in the Royal Navy at the time, Tiger was the best at shooting. And she was essentially fresh out of the yard. She had just completed her trials and was now fully commissioned in the fleet, and she was still out shooting other ships. She was fantastic out the bat.
Okay, so according to this, we have 6 battleships and 4 British battle cruisers against 22 German battleships and all the battle cruisers of 1st Scouting Group. Which I think
22?
Yeah, 22 German battle cruisers. Sorry, 22 German battleships.
Looking at the raid, so strength 2 coastal batteries.
Well, yeah,
that's
these are the forces that actually engaged. The High Seas Fleet never engaged.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I was slightly confused.
So you've basically got the entire battle strength of the High Seas Fleet at this point, including the brand new König class, the only German dreadnoughts that had all their guns on the center line before the Bayerns, which will probably go toe to toe. So you're looking at probably all of the. You're probably looking at Warrender making the call that the battle cruisers need to get away. Because, yeah, Britain can afford to lose dreadnoughts. It can't afford to lose battle cruisers. I think that's an accurate call, would you say? Like, the 6 13.5s buying time for the battle cruisers to get away? Because if Britain loses battle cruisers, it loses its heavy screen. And that just gives the Germans the ability to dictate an engagement. Oh! Drax back!
He is here.
Sudden, Drac out of nowhere!
Maybe he can answer this question.
Well, first off, can you guys hear me?
Just about, yeah.
That's good. I have survived Heathrow security.
Yay!
Huzzah!
So basically, we have opened it up to normal questions until you got back, but I suppose we should end on this. Basically, someone was talking about what the High Seas Fleet would even do had they opened up the blockade. And so we're basically trying to establish how this happens in order to actually answer the question properly. And we're basically going with the common, what if the raid on Scarborough had actually led to a proper fleet action? Like, had von Ingenol not chickened out. Or not followed his orders and decided, damn it, I'm going to actually go and engage Warrender.
Since Drac is back and it is 8:30, I'm going to go and get some food. So
Farewell.
I'll dip out now.
Like, we were just looking...
Enjoy.
Yeah, we were just looking at the lineup, and that is a nasty formation of British dreadnoughts. That is 6 13.5-inch battleships. That is a nasty battle squadron for the High Seas Fleet to run into. Like, that is just nasty. Although the British are somewhat light on battle cruisers. They only got 4, which is actually equal to the German strength. Why is that? Where are the rest of them?
Well, which ones are in there, and I'll tell you where the others are.
The British have Lion, Queen Mary, Tiger, and New Zealand.
Okay, so at that point, Australia is still in Australia, or possibly on her way across the Pacific. And Princess Royal is still going to be either in the Caribbean or on her way back. And the majority of all the battle cruisers whose names begin with I are either going to be in the Mediterranean or on their way back.
So this is basically the time for the High Seas Fleet to strike is now, basically. Like, this is the like, if they're gonna get it, this is it.
Well, I think also some of the battle cruisers were other battle cruisers were with the Grand Fleet, but obviously the other thing is the Invincible and Impassable class is a bit slower.
Yeah. We were just discussing the fact that knowing what the officers know about the role battle cruisers play in the war, the actions they've partaken in so far, if the High Seas Fleet does close to action, is it not unrealistic to say that Warrender would go, right, BT, just get out of here, I'll basically rearguard you with my 6 13.5-inch battleships, so that at least our battle cruisers live to fight another day? Because the Grand Fleet can do with 6 less dreadnoughts, but if 4 battle cruisers go down, that is a problem for the British.
It depends where exactly the engagement starts, because although Warrender is in the area, if the Germans catch the British battle cruisers first, then there may not be much left to save.
That's a point.
Whereas if they catch the dreadnoughts first, then obviously the dreadnoughts have got a fair fighting chance. At which point, if BT's not yet engaged, he can hightail it away. Although knowing BT, I mean, well, it is the other thing is it's not just that it's a battle squadron of dreadnoughts. They're also some of the more recent ones.
Yeah, they're all 13.5-inch ships. They're all big, powerful, tough combatants. They're some of the best ships in the RN at this point. That's, like, even though Ingenol has the entire High Seas Fleet, 22 battleships in total, some of those battleships are pre-dreadnoughts, I think, and the rest don't have
they will be.
And the rest don't have a gun bigger than 12-inch.
My question at that point would be how many actual dreadnoughts is the High Seas Fleet coming out with?
I've been trying to find that out, and I'm not... I've been... Like, it just says the High Seas Fleet was here with 22 ships. I'm like, yes, which 22 ships?
Does that include the first scouting group, or which dreadnoughts?
It says specifically 22 battleships, so I don't think that includes first scouting group. So, actually, let me have a look. High Seas Fleet.
What is? What's the date of the engagement?
16th
or
of
non-engagement?
December 1914.
Oh, there's going to be loads of people taking that.
Let's see. Here we go. Order of battle, Imperial German Navy. First scouting group, SMS Seydlitz, von der Tann, Moltke, Deflinger, and Blucher. Here we go. Admiral von Ingendorf, First Battle Squadron, Dreadnoughts, Ostfriesland, Helgeland, Thuringen, Oldenburg, Posen. Oh god. So he's got the Nassau's.
Some of the Nassau's and Helgelands.
Yeah, Nassau's, Helgelands. He's got the Kaisers. But apart from that, he's only got the 5 Kaisers, the 8 hexagonal ships, but the rest of them are basically all the German 11-inch pre-dreadnoughts. At that point,
That's 13 dreadnoughts. See, if it was just against the High Seas fleet, at that point I'd actually be semi-tempted to get the British battle cruisers and battleships to link up. And, I mean, it's still 10 against 13, but if the British formed a line with the battle cruisers at the front, then they've got an average speed of 21 knots. Well, they've got a battle line speed of 21 knots, so that's what the battleships can do. The Nassau's can't keep up with that.
no.
And neither can the Helgelands.
And even
although they can get close
the
to.
Kaisers can do 20 knots on a good day. And that's still one
Well,
knot.
the Kaisers can probably get up to 21 at a push. But... And you got 3 German... Was it 3 German battle cruisers and Blucher?
No, you've got 5 German battle cruisers. Sorry, no, 4 German battle cruisers and Blucher. Deflinger's also there.
So you got 4 battle cruisers, plus Blucher, plus...
Second scouting group, which is 4 light cruisers, and third scouting group, which is 2 armored cruisers, the Rune and Prince Heinrich, and another 6
baby
German
stuff
light
doesn't really
cruisers.
matter.
Yeah, I know, but you were just asking what the...
Yeah. So you basically got the Kaisers and the scouting group that can actually keep up with a combined British battle line, which basically makes it even odds. I mean, Blucher's a bit of a wild card there, but then effectively you've got 5 battleships and 5 battle cruisers versus 6 battleships and 4 battle cruisers. In terms of ships that can actually match speed with each other. So at that point, if they sight the Germans coming over the horizon, and both Warren and Beatty is smart enough to say, hang on a minute, there's too many of them to fight all at once, we're going to form an upper group and withdraw, the most sensible thing to do would be to put the battle cruisers in front, with Warren ships behind, set speed for 21 knots, and just sail away, because then the Germans can either try and catch up with first scouting group, and first scouting group will lose because it's 2v1, or they can try and catch up with some clever manoeuvring, maybe use first scouting group to slow the British down or head them off, so the Kaisers can catch up, at which point it's pretty much an even odds fight, but obviously any British ship that gets slowed down will fall back into the guns of the rest of them.
Which is going to basically guarantee that it dies.
Yeah. But the prospect, if the British manoeuvre properly, the prospect of a fighting retreat is actually there, which would be the other reason why you'd have battleships at the back, by the way, so they can, if they're the first to be overhauled, they'll be the ones that will be under fire the most, but they're also the ones that can soak up the most damage.
Yeah.
Because, as you see at Jutland, the Nassau's, Helgelands, and pre-dreads all get left behind, even when you've just got the Kaisers and Königs running forwards.
Yeah.
So, in theory, as long as the British can avoid being pincered from the start, they can just motor away and probably fight. I mean, at that stage, they can probably actually fight a reasonably decent fighting retreat because they've got a range advantage.
And of course,
so as the Germans gradually come up from behind, they can just be hitting it with the 5-inch when the Germans are unable to reply.
Yeah, you've also got the advantage of putting the battleships at the back, which is, yes, some of the Splendid Cats, like Tiger's there, which has super firing rear turrets, but most of the Splendid Cats can only bring a single rear turret to bear, whereas all the 13.5-inch battleships have proper super firing pairs aft.
And if the chase is at a slight off angle rather than direct failed chase, you've also probably got 2 turrets coming into play.
Which is 6 13.5s per ship, which is actually enough for accurate salvo shooting.
So basically, for the Germans have the firepower to kill both squadrons, but they've got to utilise their ships effectively to trap the British first, because the British can escape.
So it's basically, if it's going to be a German win, it's got to be a BT goes charging off after the battle cruisers, and then Ingenol swoops in, cuts off his retreat, and says, "Right, cracks knuckles. Where do you think you're going?"
Or possibly if the Germans really played their cards clever, because obviously they've got a super majority of the small cruisers and destroyers. They could potentially keep an eye on the incoming British squadrons and just show them what the British want to see, which would be a bit of a scouting group. And then, ideally, what you probably want to do would be to have them chase first scouting group south, have the High Seas Fleet head north, but head north to the east of the chase, and then have first scouting group turn east, have the High Seas Fleet turn west, and then you have first scouting group turn north or northeast, which then leads the British into a position where the High Seas Fleet is now between them and home, and the most immediate route of retreat, which is to plough forward at high speed and force the Germans to double back and try and chase them and lose ground, is blocked by first scouting group. And first scouting group can probably, well, the first scouting group can hold and delay them long enough
I mean, first scouting group actually has an equivalent in terms of numbers of full battle cruisers to the battlecruiser fleet in this action, and then there's also Blucher as an extra, which may lead to a vessel being unengaged on the German side in a proper run
plus
south.
Plus, if you're doing a blocking action, then that's when the cruisers and destroyers come into play, because if the British formation has joined up by that point, in theory they've got the firepower to bludgeon their way through first scouting group. But if first scouting group deploys its destroyers and cruisers between them and the oncoming British, that's a bit of a catch-22, because if you stay at range, the High Seas Fleet comes up behind you, and if you charge in, you're not going to torpedo.
It's basically what assets are going to manage to bludgeon their way out of this, in that case. Which to me seems to be, that screams that it's going to be, Tiger's probably going to bludgeon her way out. She is the best of the British battlecruisers present. New Zealand, obviously, divine protection. There's no stopping her. But I think, Lion, Queen Mary, and a good chunk of the dreadnoughts are going to be sinking by the end of the action. But I do think that you're going to also see a good few German capital ships also rolling over by the end of the action as well. It's not going to be a one-sided fight. The British are absolutely...
might end up as historic.
I don't know. I think the British, if they're in that situation, are actually not going to prioritise Blucher. Because it's a... first scouting group's coming, if it's as Drac says, first scouting group's coming in, probably with Der Flinger as the newest battlecruiser in the lead, and Blucher at the back. So it's likely that Blucher actually, oddly enough, survives, but the Iron Dog probably gets thoroughly battered and maybe even sunk. Hard to say, though.
Possibility of the torpedo flat getting hit again.
Yeah, as with all these things, it's butterflies upon butterflies. But the whole point of this was basically to get to the outcome doesn't particularly matter. It's more if the Germans are let's say that the battleships don't engage and the battle cruisers just die. which therefore leads into the question, which is, what does the High Seas Fleet do if they've opened up the blockade? Which, if the Germans have a battlecruiser advantage and the British don't, then that means that the Germans can just run up, blow open a hole in the blockade, get some merchants in, and go home. At that point, basically Darth City says, what does the High Seas Fleet do?
They do have a bit of a problem, really, in that the battleships aren't really in a shape to go anywhere. And the Grand Fleet is still a match for the High Seas Fleet. So there's not a lot for them to do, but the battle cruisers are the interesting one, because they're fast enough they could deploy. They've got the range to go places. The big problem is they don't really have anywhere to go.
Like, all they can really do is go and menace the British cruisers maintaining the blockade. That's it.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the thing is, you could take out the blockade line with German cruisers or destroyers if there's nothing to back it up, but there is stuff to back it up.
You can't
the battle cruisers can poke. The battle cruisers can poke holes in the blockade. The problem is the Germans don't really have any combat assets where it's worth sorting them out through the blockade. So, and with the best will in the world, German formations of merchant vessels that are trying to get in, getting to the blockade and getting them to blow a hole in the blockade is one thing, but they've got to get there in the first place, and getting there they're going to get savaged by British light forces and so forth before they even reach the blockade line. So it's destroying the battle cruisers, the British battle cruisers, apart from the fact that the various eyes and Princess Royal and any survivors will kind of agglomerate.
You've also got the QEs as well as an option.
Well, exactly. It would be a big kick in the face, but
I mean, I'll not ask you to repeat the question you already answered in the live dry dock a while ago, which is basically this question. But there is an interesting hypothetical that Petch has said. Will the British add to the build-out of Renowns? And will they put 15s on them?
I don't think they'll do 15s. Realistically, I don't think they'll do 15s, because they didn't. I mean, they looked for 15s for Hood, and one of the arguments was we don't have a triple turret, let alone a 15-inch ready to go, and that was when they were doing the Hood. So they might get permission to just do more Renowns.
So you'd see the place that Courageous and Glorious had on the slips taken up by 2 more Renowns.
Well, Courageous, Glorious, Furious. I reckon probably 4 Renowns at least. Possibly more, because if you've lost, let's say Tiger survives, or let's say New Zealand survives, and maybe one of other British battle cruiser makes it very badly damaged. Yeah, maybe just New Zealand.
Yeah, I think it is likely that New Zealand, because of Divine Protection, survives. But Tiger is the most modern. She's got the most flood protection and bulkheads, and she's the best armored.
But you're basically talking. You're not going to do a one-for-one replacement for losses. You're going to need to make that up, because there's the potential for more losses in the interim.
Yeah.
Whilst you're short on battle cruisers. Plus, there's going to be ships. Whatever ships survive are going to need repairs. So I think you probably do another 4 Renowns as a minimum, and then Hood, construction of Hood and her sisters. Instead of, the thing is, Hood was started before her sisters, and the ordering rate was done at a relatively lackadaisical pace, because they thought, although they thought that Mackinsons were these new super battle cruisers, they didn't think they were going to be in service anytime soon. Whereas in this case, you probably have Hood or something like Hood, the Admiral class, drawn up, and when Hood is ordered, all four of the Admirals will be ordered.
Because they're gonna...
And they'll be under pressure to complete them.
I assume that basically not much is going to change about Shia's attitude to using the High Seas Fleet. In fact, Shia's going to be like, yeah, this worked. We went out and we fought the British and we won. We can do it. So Shia's actually going to be more determined to use the High Seas Fleet offensively in this timeline. But, you know, scenario, whatever. But that may lead to problems, because he might be overconfident. Because by the time Shia comes in, the QEs are online... First of the Revengers are here. You've got a British battlecruiser force that is equivalent again to the first scouting group once again. So that might lead to disaster for the Germans, because they might be overconfident.
Yeah, I suppose it'll all depend on timing as well, because how much damage do the Germans take during this engagement is also going to be an interesting issue, because if the Germans' time to press their advantage at this stage would be if they manage to wipe out the bulk of the British forces there and then. What they then need to do is probably take most if not all of the high seas fleet up to the blockade line and try and roll up the entire blockade line, because that will force the Grand Fleet to come out and fight. And if they force the Grand Fleet to come out and fight, then that's when they've got the most chance of actually winning.
Because then the battlecruisers in the theatre and the British aren't at that point.
And the battleship numbers are a little bit closer to equal. So, but the thing is, the longer they wait, the more that the British will close up their weaknesses, and also, like any survivors might be repaired. Other ships that are under construction might be coming online. So, time is against the Germans. The main thing will be how many German ships did they either lose or have badly damaged and in need of repairs by the time all is said and done.
Yeah, it's basically down to how like the High Seas Fleet might win this, but what does it cost them, and how bad is the damage?
Because really, for the Germans to take a full advantage of the Elf-Break blockade, they have to either gain superiority or completely destroy the Grand Fleet. And their best opportunity to do that is if they have suffered minimal damage during the first engagement, and then they move out and force the Grand Fleet to engage.
If they've lost a bunch of pre-dreadnoughts, they'd probably still take that chance, but if they're down some dreadnoughts, they probably won't.
Well, it depends how many. They lose one or two dreadnoughts. They've got the Koenigs coming online. They might give it a shot anyway.
And of course, the Bayerns are even further down the line, and you've still got Lutzow and Hindenburg to replace any battlecruiser losses they take in this hypothetical second action. So the Germans can risk it. But if they lose more or have ships badly damaged, they can't take that chance. And at that point, they've had one victory, and that's basically all they're going to get in World War One. Because Jutland will go massively differently, because the British will not let the Germans make have the same thing twice. Beatty won't be there to actually screw things up for the battlecruisers. Sturdy will probably be in command, which means that you'll have a competent fast wing to the British force, which will mean there'll be no run to the south historically. You'll probably have the QEs with the battlecruisers all the time. Basically, if they choose to not press their advantage after this action on the 16th, you've basically got Jutland but worse laid out for them 2 years down the line.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's like where along that line these other engagements take place.
This is from Darth Sidious, what was Fisher's plan with the Baltic project, and how would the Courageous class and the High Seas Fleet play into it? I've been curious about this as well. I've heard of the Baltic project, but only in nebulous terms. It's always described as this mad plan to land troops in the Baltic, and the Courageous class are there for some reason. And
it's still something that is massively debated. Like, no one, there isn't any particular single agreement on what on earth Fisher meant with this flag. To be honest,
did he never actually codify it?
He had multiple permutations of the Baltic flag. The general gist of the Baltic plan was to take. Was to land a sizable British armed force in the Baltic regions and then march straight for Berlin, thus forcing the Germans to either basically forcing them either to redeploy troops from the front line to counter that army, in which case obviously then there's weak points on the Western Front, or they lose their capital and potentially a lot of their industrial heartlands.
And
if they do need that.
And I think in that context, I understand what Courageous, Glorious, and Furious are. They're not large light cruisers. They're speedy monitors.
Yeah, that's usually what most people conclude. The only, but Professor Lambert pointed out a slight flaw in this plan, which is that to be monitors and to operate in the Baltic generally relatively successfully, they need to have a certain degree of shallow draft.
And they don't have that.
No.
Oh, bugger. Well, now that I've got the two of you, Shipyard and Drac, in the same channel, which is great. We do have a question about Courageous, Glorious, and Furious, which I think the two of you are combined more than capable of answering. Which I think is a bit silly, but I'll have to ask it anyway. Moe Waifu asks, if the three interesting vessels of large light cruiser status weren't converted into carriers and were allowed to be kept and presumably modernized, how would you have utilized them in World War II? I'll also point out, to make the insanity slightly less, you can refit to them in interesting ways that might fix some of their issues.
To be completely perfectly honest, if Courageous, Glorious, and Furious are still around in their intended gun configurations during the interval period, at least one of them is probably going to sink in the Royal Navy's own version of the Fort Fleet incident. They as gun-based vessels, they are hideously weak.
Assuming that the RN's allowed to refit them, and obviously, as it's been said, their 18 and 15-inch guns are too powerful for their hulls, but they have large, well-built hulls. Could you convert them into large treaty cruisers with 888-inch?
It's possible.
But it's a waste of time, really.
Turn them into a Panzer ship.
I mean, a Panzer ship is a very...
Well, at that point, given that it's the Courageous and Glorious, it's more shift, less Panzer.
I mean, even if they're strengthened, what role do they have? They're too weakly armed to be battle cruisers. They're too weakly armored to be battleships. They're fast, but that's pretty much it. They don't really have a role. Converting them into carriers was the best thing the RN ever did.
At least as far as what they could use them for. Yeah.
I have a different option.
Oh?
Super duper monitors.
I mean,
hear me out. Hear me out. Like they did with the Gorgon class, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Bulge the sides, armor it up. You technically have an unsinkable. Oh, I don't want to say that, but you have a large monitor, big-ish guns. You know, strengthen them up. You know, maybe remove the 15s, go for 13.5-inch guns.
They'd probably keep
destroy
15s
themselves.
for ammunition compatibility, especially if you strengthen
That's true.
them.
Yeah.
Because one of the big things about getting rid of Tiger was that they wanted ammunition compatibility. Because it's what's like Drax said in a few of his videos, the RN could get rid of one of the most worn-out Revengers or Tiger, and they chose Tiger because she was the last 13.5-inch ship still standing.
That's true. Then keep the 15s, strengthen her up, if you can do that.
I mean, there's the scope for it.
If you did Latin or Gorgon style bulges, you would lose speed, but they'd still be well in excess of 20 knots. So you'd have large, fast monitors instead of having Erebus and Terra.
And at that point, why?
You might actually get half decent anti-aircraft on them at that stage.
And also at that point, I just had a thought. A large, relatively well-armoured vessel with 4 15-inch guns that's very resistant to torpedoes. I can see this vessel sailing up the fjord at Narvik instead of Warspite. It'd be ideal for it. It'd be ideal for it. Rather than sending a full battleship up there, send one of these refit Courageous instead.
They'd have to put some actual armour on it, otherwise the destroyers might actually have a chance.
I assume that would go on with the bulges, I suspect. But it'd be hilarious. Sorry, go on.
If you really want for absolute lunacy, take Courageous in, put even more stupid bulges on the port side, then bring Glorious in, put the same ridiculously stupid bulges on the starboard side, and catamaran them.
You're not thinking, oh god, double-hulled battleship!
Catamaran, and then cover the catamaran decks as well as the midships on both sides with as many twin 4-inch and triple pom-poms as you possibly can.
Oh, and
you now have a self-escorting bombardment force.
Oh, better than that actually. Not only is it a bombardment vessel, you can put catapults for float planes on and use it to close the mid-Atlantic gap as sort of an anti-submarine task force flagship with like 20 walruses that it can launch and recover.
So basically, what we're making here.
Take the madness even further, and bolt them into a trimaran with Furious in the middle.
Oh god! Like the 18-inch gun at the aft just menacingly. Oh my god! Just the Germans on D-Day looking out. Was ist das? And the entire ship just disappears under cordite smoke as 204-inch guns and.
Courageous and Glorious basically become detachable hulls. Oh yeah, of course, because at that point, expand Furious's superstructure for command and control, and just raise remove the superstructure of Courageous and Glorious, and then you can have twin 4s running down each side, and a central spine that has more twin 4s and optical pom-poms on it.
Oh my god!
But
What have we done?
Even more firepower, and then you can have emergency explosive bolts or explosive deck packs. So if someone manages to overcome the absolutely ridiculous amounts of bulges or bomb hits or whatever, but basically if you're losing, if Courageous or Glorious's hull is sinking, you can just detach the entire hull.
Good lord.
So it's like you basically created a reverse Voltron.
I mean,
send that out with a pedestal convoy, see what Fleet Corp 10 makes of that.
I mean, well, no, they haven't got a flight deck. We haven't gone that mad. I mean, does Furious still have her forward flight deck? I mean...
Technically
in theory she would.
So... What, are we basically just giving them catapult-launched hurricanes? Rocket Cat hurricanes? That can be launched to defend the ship?
Well, I'm assuming that in the spirit of the question, we're not allowed to convert them into full carriers.
No.
But,
because we'd basically, if we did that, we'd be basically making her backhook on the cheap.
But in theory, what you could do is, if you've not got the forward 18-inch gun, you could move the superstructure up, because with the two, if you're cutting down a lot of the superstructure on Courageous and Glorious and saving weight, you can probably afford to downrate the machinery on the Furious, so you can move everything further back.
Oh, I didn't summon that.
It wasn't me.
Be gone, heretic.
I got it.
Yeah. So you could move the superstructure further back, stick a hangar on the forward part where the superstructure was, and have the hangar open onto a long forward flight deck. So it can have its own. It could have its own scouting force.
Swordfish! All the swordfish!
Oh no! Hang on, because we've trimaraned it. So we've got massive flat deck areas between the ships. So we could actually cheat, because we're not actually putting a flight deck on any of the ships, but the connecting trimaran pontoons could be plated over and form into two flight decks with a giant hangar built on the front of Furious, the 18-inch gun on the back, and the aircraft file out on each side out of the hangar deck onto the pontoon section to link the way. It becomes a triply self-escorting bombardment vessel, because it has enough anti-aircraft firepower to shoot down half of the Luftwaffe. It has its own fighter force, which it can recover, and it's got enough bulges to require 2 wolf packs of U-boats to break through. The only restriction is it can't move particularly quickly.
I'm so glad I'm recording this, because no one would believe me that this actually happened if I wasn't.
I am not making this in Blender.
No.
Oh, good lord.
Someone send it to Wargaming. They can do it for their April Fools.
Don't say that. They will.
Fuck it.
They actually will. I swear to God.
The abomination. There was Habakkuk.
I don't want to think about that.
It's not even fucking Habakkuk.
Grey Ghost asks, would replacing the makeshift bow armoured cargo ships used for landing troops by beaching itself at the Gallipoli landings with a World War II LST with no World War II weapons on it, just the ship itself, change anything or possibly turn the tide in favour of the Allies, since they can land heavier equipment like armoured cars and land artillery, repeatedly, since LSTs are designed to beach and unbeach themselves so they can resupply them more easily and quickly. Well, Gallipoli is balked for many, many good and varied reasons, and having more equipment isn't really going to save the land campaign.
You know, putting them in, the Gallipoli issue wasn't having more men on the shore. It was trying to deal with all the Turkish defences.
I'd also love to be the officer that suggested landing an armoured car at Gallipoli on this new LST they've got, before he gets laughed out of the room.
It can drive forward all of like 50 yards before it encounters like a 50-degree slope and it can't move.
and then it's pot-shotted by a 77mm field gun.
I mean, the only thing that actually no, Gallipoli is a little bit too early. I mean, if it's a time-traveling LST and it has some tanks on board, that might be different, because the tanks can offer... Oh, actually, what might make a difference if it's an LST stocked with Churchills.
Yeah, if they've got Churchills, that'll make the... Churchill crocodiles!
Yeah, any form of Churchill, because the reason I say Churchill and not Sherman is because the Churchill can go almost anywhere. It'll go right there very slowly, but it can climb almost any slope. So yeah, if you have a bunch of either regular or flamethrower Churchills tootling around the beaches in Gallipoli and then working their way up towards optimum positions.
That'll make a difference.
There's not a huge amount the Ottomans can do to stop them before it's too late.
But if there is no World War II weapons, as you say in your question, then there's very little that can be done.
Yeah, well, you've got an additional way to move more people in to fight a horrible trench war, but moving people in to fight a horrible trench war wasn't the problem.
So I'd like to move back, if I can, if the audience will let me, to the 41st millennium, if that's alright with everybody, and Drac, if that's alright with you. Drac, are you there? Are you alright?
Yep, I'm here.
Did you hear what I said about the 41st moving back to the 40k?
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Alright, so I'd like to discuss fightercraft, if possible, and how ridiculously large they are compared to any other setting in science fiction. Like, a Imperial Navy non-atmospheric fightercraft is a size more equivalent to a B-36 Peacemaker than it is a fighter aircraft.
Which is slightly weird because they have things like Lightnings and Thunderbolts, which are in atmosphere craft.
Yeah,
which are a little bit chunky, but they're a little bit chunky, but otherwise not hugely out of place for something for these kind of operations. But then you've got the Starhawk. Is it the Starhawk? Yeah. No, the Starhawk's the bomber. I've forgotten what the fighter is.
Oh. I'll go have a look for it.
But they're effectively in most settings they would effectively be small ships in their own right.
Ah, the Fury.
Yeah, there you go. So, but yeah, it's one of those again slightly weird throwbacks in 40k where there's so much weird and wonderful, wacky stuff going on, and then they're like, and actually that's actually vaguely realistic because if you're going to have a fighter craft that is capable of launching, accelerating, defending itself, carrying a meaningful payload, etc., it is going to have to be a pretty hefty vehicle in and of itself, just to carry all the large power plant, etc.
And then, of course, you've got the aggressively large Starhawk bomber, which is even bigger. And that is very much what would be in any other setting a Corvette. Or something similar. I mean, we've got a fairly good image that I found here of all three, basically all three major strike craft. You can see the size. It's large.
Well, listen, again, you're attacking ships where the escorts start at 1 kilometre and the capital ships start at 4 to 6.
Yeah, that's... ships like these can only be fighter craft.
Yeah, you need something that size just to haul around munitions large enough to threaten them. Because the only way you're going to be able to carry munitions powerful enough to threaten those kinds of ships without having a spacecraft this large is if you're throwing around atomic weaponry, which we know in 40k is present but relatively rare.
What I'd like to ask is, why would you use assault boats when boarding torpedoes, which are less vulnerable, exist?
So they can maneuver more.
I mean, yeah, that's fair, I guess. Reusability, possibly. I mean, yeah, that's a thought. I mean, most 40k battles where boarding actions are involved are really horrible knife fight style situations. Like,
the problem with most boarding actions is you're attacking a ship that's got 20, 30, 40,000 people on it. There's only so much you can. So there's only so many people you can send across in a boarding task here, and those people are going to have loads of defensive advantages.
the only way you offset that is by landing a good number of Space Marines aboard. And
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Something like Space Marines are a good way of countering that, but regular troops, regular boarding troops, especially given that a lot of them have equipment that's specifically designed not to penetrate the hulls of capital ships, like the bulkheads and everything, because we don't want to depressurize your own ship. You're going to face some issues trying to do a proper boarding action. I mean, a boarding action against a ship that you've crippled and it's substantially blown apart, where there's not many through left, and you're able to bypass a lot of the defenses to access the key area, is one thing, potentially.
That's true. I mean,
submission and board to finish them off, but at that point you've got a lot of wrecked ships to deal with.
This is true. I mean, there's also the fact that boarding is in 40k, like where most people think naval boarding actions, they like to harken back to the Age of Sail, whereas 40k boarding actions really aren't equivalent to that.
Well, a 40k boarding action faces all the problems that I've outlined in various dry docks when you're trying to fight, if you're trying to board a Dreadnought, something like that, with the added problem of randomly being vented into space.
Yep. And then, of course, you've also got the problem that if you're boarding anything that is chaos influenced, the ship itself may fight you.
And if you're boarding something Tyranid, you're just going to die horribly, unless they're in hibernation.
If you're boarding something Orc, they're punching the air and cheering that you've boarded. And they're happy just to have a fight.
Orcs are, bearing in mind that Orcs are a civilization that haven't invented Gallopfields for going through the war because they don't need them, because they see Chaos Demon incursions as in-flight entertainment.
Like, Orcs don't care about Chaos Demons, they're just like we aren't corrupted by the warp, because Orcs just aren't.
They get an additional fight on the way to the fight.
Yeah, fight is fight. What's your favourite? I know you said your favourite cruiser, but do you have a favourite ship from Battlefleet Gothic, whether Imperial or otherwise?
I've always had a bit of a weakness for the Firestorm frigate.
Ooh, let me just go and look that up. Ooh, that's an interesting design. It's a small, punchy thing.
It's basically a frigate that's built around a light battery, so it has in theory the ability to hurt capital ships on its own, or cut through quite a lot of enemy escorts and so forth.
Like, a Firestorm is basically a vessel that's it's supposed to support things like swords and cobras. It's their long range.
It's basically a sword class where someone's taken off some of the weapons batteries and slapped on a bunch of aside from a massive launch battery instead.
I mean, frigates in this universe are not. It's one of the things that basically goes against the argument that 40k is space age of sail, because Imperial frigates are not vessels designed for lonely patrol work far across the Imperium. They are very specifically escort craft.
You do find destroyers and frigates wandering around either on their own or in small groups. But it's not that common. It's not that common in major combat zones. But again, like I was saying before I had to head over here to Heathrow, if you've got your general combat where system defense monitors and so forth are perfectly adequate, then you've got a single destroyer or frigate showing up can be more than enough to completely rout your standard opposition. But when they're going to get serious and you're talking about deployments of fleets and everything, then that's when you have, at the very minimum, you might deploy a frigate squadron as a scouting unit. But most of the time they can be riding as. I mean, it shows in a lot of the bigger battles. Quite a lot of the time, both sides are tabulating the enemy strength purely by capital class vessels, and they're just like, oh yeah, and there's several dozen - several hundred escorts out there as well, but they don't really rate them as much of an issue.
I've noticed that one thing I do like about 40k is that frigates are above destroyers. Frigates are tougher than destroyers are. But I've also noticed that there are no dedicated carriers in the Imperial Navy.
There are.
Well, there's the Emperor class, but they're called Battleships.
There is also a cruiser. There's a cruiser class that's just all flight bays, and there's it's one of the Ross pattern light cruisers is also basically a little escort carrier.
I mean, what I meant by that was that the Imperial Navy doesn't have a dedicated classification for carrier vessels, which I find interesting. When it has ships that are very dedicated to that role.
Well, I mean that's because when you get cruiser-sized vessels, they just tend to use a couple of basic hulls. I mean, it's basically because Games Workshop wants to manufacture a single plastic sprue and make it customizable. But the in-law thing is the Imperial manufactures some fairly basic standard Platinum cruiser hulls and just has lots of different configurations. So whether it's a carrier or a battle cruiser or a lance cruiser or a weapons battle cruiser or a mixed purpose cruiser, they're all pretty similar hulls, just with different things slapped on the side. They're all going to have either an overcannon or a feeder battery up front. The battle cruisers will have a lance battery in the spine, etc. I think it's the Dictator that's the carrier cruiser.
Dictator. Here we go. Let's have a look. Yes, it is.
Hey.
With the lance decks rebuilt into flight decks.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a really... I mean, one of the Imperium's best counters to Chaos Reavers is Strikecraft. Because it basically removes the Chaos Reaver's main attack force, which is light craft. Especially if they're launched from something like a Dictator Cruiser, which has some punch to back up its with its macro cannon batteries, its Strikecraft if it comes to it. Although it is worth pointing out that the Dictator was meant to just be a stopgap originally for... So I think that's something, if we're going to talk about the Imperial Navy, we have to talk about its role as the Imperial Air Force as well. Because there are no Imperial Guard air units. If the Guard needs air power, it has to ring up the Imperial Navy.
Well, the other thing you've got to remember is that everything has a counter. Partly obviously there's a game system worked out of it. But the Gothic class is an all-lance battery cruiser, and it's supposed to have the weakness of the lancers take a long time to recharge, and they only do effectively point damage. So a cruiser covered in weapons batteries can get up close and personal on the rapid bombing blast before it can recharge. The old weapons bay ships are vulnerable to being picked apart by strike craft or bombarded at long range by lances. But obviously, if they're getting close, they're murderous. And a carrier, if it can sit back completely out of engagement range, just bombard people with bomber waves and cripple the enemy and then move into the kill. But of course, then that's predicated on the enemy not being able to close the distance and or not having an effective system of defense turrets and their own patrolling fighters to deal with your strike craft. Because if they've got a way to neutralise your strike craft, you're basically dead.
Basically.
So it's all rock, paper, scissors going on, and on the course we've got things like the Mars, which has one of everything. So it's got a bit of strength everywhere, but no particular strength apart from the Nova cannon. So it's supposed to be kind of, the Mars has no real weaknesses, but it also has no particular strength. It's a good all-rounder, but sometimes maybe a specialist though. And of course, fighters and bombers with trained pilots and everything are in the more, especially if you're on a spaceship, miles and light years away from your home base, you're in a significantly shorter supply than power for your lance batteries or shells for your macro cannons.
I'd like to divert into the Xenos factions, if I can, because I do feel like they deserve a little bit of attention.
No, we have about 3 or 4 minutes until my gate is about.
Oh, I see. In that case, then...
well, actually, at that point, flight itself is taking off. It's now 7 minutes past 10, which will give me 14 minutes to get there and board. But I'll probably keep chatting while I'm on my way there.
Fair enough then. I don't want to impede your journey.
No, it'll be fine. Basically, when I get there, and there's like board, I'll just say right, I'm boarding.
Fair enough. Drax going to Hungary. I presume you're staying with the Count?
Indeed.
Thought as much.
For those of you who are on Patreon, I shall be charting my journey.
Where was it? Oh yeah. So I think we need to look at. So the Tau come into 40k space combat as basically a way to insert notions of what we would consider modern naval combat into 40k. They're very keen on their long-range missile firepower. They don't like getting into brawls. They have capital ships, but they much prefer to stay at range, using missiles and torpedoes and strike craft. They really don't like getting into the nitty-gritty of close-range fighting. The Eldar are basically Je ne Cole on steroids, in essence, because their ships are fast, and if you hit them, they're dead, but good luck actually hitting them. Although, thank God. And they even have Tumble Home, which is kind of funny. If you think about it, Space Hosh intensifies. Oh dear. Let me think. The Orcs are a ramshackle collection of ships bolted to other ships. Rocks, spelt R-O-K, for those who don't know, which are literally just asteroids with engines, and if you're lucky, a warp drive added to it.
They're basically the Second Pacific Squadron if they shared the opium and the alcohol a bit more liberally.
But unlike, and also if Ross Venski's gunnery skills had gone through because they're actually effective. You've then got Space Hulks, which if they're Orky are covered in guns, and if they're not Orky are just we don't talk about them. And if one appears, we call for the Space Marines because they're terrifying usually.
They're usually full of gene stealers.
Huh?
I mean, Space Hulks. With Space Hulks, you've either got Chaos Possession, Gene Stealers, Chaos Cult, or something else. It's just messy.
Or sometimes all three.
It's just a mess. Let me think. Tau, Eldar. I'm missing someone.
Necrons are basically turning up with ironclads to Age of Sail fight.
And then, of course, if they bring their planetoids, it's basically like an Iowa class. No, not Iowa. A Yamato class battleship wandering into a horde of Age of Sail ships of the line.
Yeah, well, the Necron Warlords, they're basically the Death Star, but with more neon green.
Also,
they're Tron Death Stars.
Yeah. Also, let's casually forget the fact that at the Necro ending of Gothic Armada 2, they just casually closed the Eye of Terror, and literally everyone's screaming, "You could have done that the entire time, and you didn't."
All hail trolls in the infinite.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I see what you did there. I see what you did there, Drac. Trolls of the Infinite. Well done. Well done. Hat off to you.
I swear, if I ever do a Necron army, I'm getting him and portraying him with a little Ushan cover on his head doing the Cossack dance.
Do you know, I do find it funny that we started off the Drac Ramblings talking about a tabletop game, Dystopian Wars, and here we are, like 3 years later, talking about a tabletop game, which is 40k. It's funny, the way things go in circles.
You might think I like tabletop gaming.
No, really? Oh dear. Oh yeah. And then of course we've got the Tyranids, which are just giant space bugs in space.
Gee.
You're
Yes. Kidding?
There are many of them.
And they are very hungry. And they would like to eat you. One of the things that I think is interesting, though, is the fact that the Imperium has certain ship classes that only certain parts of the Imperium can use, as per law. Like, the Space Marines have their strike cruisers and battle barges, and that's basically it. The Mechanicum have their entire own fleet, the Basilicon Astra. And then you've got the Imperial Navy with its standard forces. I think the Custodes are still keeping hold of... I think they're keeping hold of 2 flagships of the Emperor in low...
They've got the Bucephalus.
And she's what? She's like... she's a Gloriana on steroids.
She's the predecessor to the Imperator Somnium, but apparently still ridiculously powerful. We've only ever seen the Bucephalus... as far as I'm aware, we've only seen the Bucephalus sailing around, like he showed up above Mars with it when he kind of forced Mars to join the Imperium by being the Omnissiah.
I do like the fact that it's left nebulous that somehow the Bucellarius was able to descend into Mars's atmosphere and hold itself there. What is this? Because one thing that's been made clear in 40k is that large ships are not atmosphere capable. Like, if they're caught in a gravity well and can't boost to escape, they're dead. And yet this ship that's larger than a Gloriana-class battleship just casually descends into Mars' atmosphere like, I care not for your gravity.
Well, it's the Emperor's flagship. It's got a bunch, like the Imperator Somnium, it's probably got a bunch of Dark Age stuff on board. The only other... There is the one time when the Emperor joined the... basically joined up, not joined up, but joined in the battle that Horus was fighting against a bunch of orcs in an asteroid field, and basically pincer maneuvered the orcs using the Imperial household fleet alongside the Lunar Wolves Legion. I just can't remember immediately whether that was the Bucephalus or the Imperator Somnium.
Yeah. I'm honestly surprised that during the kerfuffle that was the War of the Beast, when somehow the Beast held Terror at gunpoint with a weaponized moon, that the Imperial, the flagships of the Imperial Navy were scrambled to deal with that, because you'd think the Custodians would be like, maybe the Emperor would want us to use the Bucellarius this one time.
Oh, you see, the thing is, you've got to remember it. The Custodians are not there to preserve the Imperium. The Custodians are there to preserve the Emperor, which is a very different thing.
I understand that, but at the same time, I'm like, if Terra gets blown up by a weaponized moon, doesn't that mean the Emperor also dies? It's...
So at that point, the Bucephalus was probably like the Somnium and the Phalanx were in 30k, it was probably standing up in the outer focus and ready to act in it as a life raft.
I suppose. I mean, is it even possible to move the Golden Throne with the Emperor on it?
No, probably not. But at least that's done.
True. I mean, to be fair, the only reason the Emperor chose to be put upon the Golden Throne rather than I mean, it's worth pointing out that the Emperor actually chose to be put on the Golden Throne rather than just die and let his perpetualness reinvigorate himself, because if he didn't, Terra would have been consumed by demons. Which is one hell of a sacrifice, if you think about it. Considering what it led to. Although, if we're going to talk sacrifices, my boy, Malkador, like, what a hero. The old man of the Imperium. No, everything is not Magnus's fault. Everything is Erebus's fault. We blame Erebus and Corphaeron.
And Magnus.
No!
Because Magnus was stupid.
Okay, yes, he did break down the psychic webway wall, but...
And then proceeded to sulk about everything while fucking Prospero got bombed instead of just surrendering to Lehman, who even offered a fucking surrender.
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he? I keep forgetting that actually happened, and that Horus... Because they retconned that Lehman actually did offer surrender. When... Yeah, Magnus knew that the wall was put there by his father. And he listened to the squid demon telling him to break it down. God damn it, Magnus! Because the thing is...
Depending on whose version of events... Depending on whose versions of events you believe, Magnus even had a potential chance of redemption right toward the end of the Siege of Terra.
Like, he could have come down with his 1,000 sons that were left and been like, aha, heretics, I'm here to kill you. Instead, he joined.
Well, if you believe the fury of Magnus, but he apparently made it to. He apparently made it to the. He kind of did a one-man infiltration and made it all the way into the throne room. And according to one version of events, because there are multiple versions of what happened, one version of events, the Emperor said, look, basically you can come back, but you have to, 1,000 sons are beyond redemption, the Black Chamber is going to take more, so he was effectively offering him leadership of the Grey Knights instead, and of course he'd have to sit on the throne, for a bit, but he said no and try and save. He wanted to try and do the impossible and save the remaining 1,000 tons.
And
that was that.
Yeah. Because the thing is, if Magnus is sitting on the throne, he's sitting on the throne forever. Like that is just.
Or at least until the Emperor can get into the webway and fix it.
Well, yeah. But no. Thing is, remember, Drac. The whole point with Magnus was that he was supposed to guide the Imperial webway. That was his whole. That was part of the reason the Emperor created him. Was he was supposed to. Sit on the
but it wasn't going to be a 24/7, 365 job. The point of the Golden Throne was to hold open the webway portal until they could fully establish the webway presence.
Ah, I see. Whereas now the
This is interesting. Apparently, the gate to my flight was supposed to have been announced 10 minutes ago.
Oh dear,
We're now 12 minutes past the time it was originally supposed to take off, and it's saying it's delayed to 22:07. It's now 21:37. So it's half an hour until it's officially new takeoff point. And some of the gates, depending on which gate it gets announced at, some of the gates are 20-minute walk away. And they haven't announced the gate yet.
Go and complain vigorously.
Well, there's a bunch of other people who are standing here looking and waiting.
Oh, so this is
It's just classic airport shenanigans.
Well, usually British airports are quite good. Then again, I fly out of Manchester, so I can't really say for London airports.
This is the first time I've come across this kind of issue, because when it's delayed, it's like, okay, fair enough, it's delayed, but when they say we're going to have to close the gate at X time, they actually have to close the gate at X time.
Oh, I say.
But now they're not doing it.
What airline is it?
BA.
Oh, BA is usually quite good when it comes to operating out of. I assume you're operating out of Heathrow.
Mm-hmm. Heathrow Terminal 3.
Well, usually BA is quite good.
Usually.
Just exactly.
I mean,
Anyone else want to? If anyone with access to a computer want to look up BA Flight 870?
I'm on it. I am on the case. Fleet of Oceans is on the case. He's doing it. Estimated departure. Yep, as you say, 2208. Terminal 3, but no gate number yet.
No gate.
$870, you said?
So, yeah, BA 870.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah. Apparently your aircraft is on the ramp at London Heathrow, according to the tracker, but doesn't say where on the ramp it is. But it's in London. Apparently.
It is in London. Somewhere.
Little do we realise, it's secretly underground.
The extra fun thing is from Terminal 3 at least, the last flight out is at 22:30, so in about 30 minutes.
Oh.
And the next flight isn't until 6:30 in the morning.
Ooh.
The last flight to leave is going to Johannesburg.
Johannesburg, that's a run. That is a...
The next flight to British up to 7:10.
Yeesh. Well, let's take our minds off that temporarily. I'll keep an eye on the flight for you, Drac, while we're talking, so don't worry about that. Keep an eye on the things. It's back down from Budapest. Just while I've do you remember, Drac, you asked me a while ago, a very long while ago, when we were talking about dystopian wars, and you know how you painted up your locomotives that were pushing the railway guns onto the ships in the colours of the LMS. And you asked me what my affiliation was with the Big Four, and I said the Southern. While that is technically true, I do have a favourite railway company that isn't British, surprisingly enough. Oh, I think Drac is listening to the announcements. Better let
No, it's just it's just a thing for me, plus.
I see. I'm rather fond of Austrian railways. Both pre-Austro-Hungarian collapse and post-Austro-Hungarian collapse. Austria's a hell of a railway system. Thunderbird 6. Come on, Petch. Like, look, it's not going to be a Tiger Moth. Thunderbird 6. Come on. We've all seen that film. We know how it ends. Like, next thing you're going to be telling me it's Skyship 1.
Interesting. The tracker on my luggage shows that it is. Tracker I put in my luggage tag shows that it's off at the far end of the outline.
Mayhaps you... Well, I would say move, but it's hard to say. You could just be following the belt round.
No, it's out on the tarmac.
Oh. That's a very precise tracker.
Yeah. It's a GPS tracker.
Ah. So... maybe the system has failed to announce the gate?
23 to 42. Well, at least it means they've either loaded it or are looking to load it.
No updates on the internet side.